Hello, good morning, and welcome back to Australian Flesh and Blood Nationals 2026 Round 8. We have 3 exciting CC rounds before we hop into the top 8 games. It's been a great experience so far of watching high-level classic constructed gameplay followed by some draft yesterday. So definitely excited to get back into the thick of it with our players after they've experienced the highs and lows of running these limited experiences. Jai, can you talk us through about how day 1 went and what heroes you're expecting to see for day 2?
Yeah, I think day 1 we haven't had too many surprises in terms of who was on top in classic constructed. I mean, we saw Victor doing okay, a Gravy Bones doing okay, and I expected a couple of the just Draconic Ninja decks doing well. But yeah, it should be shaping up for a good day 2. And we saw in the draft rounds that people have really cemented their knowledge in this format. We saw some really high level plays and high level decisions that the regular player doesn't really think about. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day 2.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting nonetheless. I think seeing a lot less Victor than we were probably expecting has contributed to a lot of these aggro decks coming through the fold. Like we're seeing Cindra, we're seeing Acilio. I think there was a couple Phis, and I believe even a Arakni slipped through the cracks, which is a hero that has literally slipped through the cracks of people's knowledge bases. Very popular with a lot of players. Do you think Slippy could potentially take it home, take the Australian National Championship?
Look, that's I'm going to say no, but that's because his Victor matchup is awful. Yeah. And if he pairs into a Victor, I don't like his chances, but he has a really good matchup into all the other aggro decks because he's an aggro deck, but with on hits, and Cindra and Fire do not like to deal with that.
Exactly. And speaking of Victor, we have Victor versus Cindra Dracai of Retribution live on stream for you now. Hayden Dale obviously piloting Cindra yesterday. We saw to great effect against an Acilio. Soens on a crazy 7-0 run on Victor High and Mighty. So really 2 players that are at the top of their game today. Can you talk us through about what you think this matchup means for either hero and who generally are you pegging for the win?
So this is interesting. I've spoken to a lot of Cindra mains and I've spoken to a lot of Victor players about this matchup. It can actually, I think it's more Victor favored. If the Victor wins a lot of early clashes, it can really snowball into the side of the Victor. However, if the Cindra dodges clashes and gets a hot start, they can get there. But I am expecting Soens to take this one home. The clash value is just really, like, this deck is sort of disgusting, if I'm going to be honest. If he hits a lot of early clashes, it's going to be really hard for Hayden to keep the pace. But we'll see. We'll see how it unfolds.
Yeah. Just to be the contrarian, I am going to say that Hayden Dale has a really good chance of winning this one. We see some of these cards like Prowess of Agility coming through. I believe one was pitched yesterday, so my eyes are keenly locked on these kind of more setup turns where you're okay eating a Golden Sun with Overpower or a little bit of disruption because it means that you'll be able to set up or play for something on the next turn, even if it's not exactly what you were looking for. But still very, very skill testing for the Cindra player.
Yeah, I do believe the victor needs to see that disruption as well. Like you just pointed out, a Golden Sun is not going to phase the Cindra. The Cindra will just say, okay, now I'm going to hit you with a 5-card hand, and it's going to be tough for the victor. So we'll see if he can find his pummels, find his disruption. Should be an interesting game.
Looks like Cindra is on the play yet again. I think this is the second time we've seen Cindra, a hero that typically wants to go second in the interest of tempo, going first. So definitely able to get some points across the board. But I mean, talk about a number of natural 4 blocks with the clash cards. Could be hard to get some of these 0 for 4s across the table.
Yeah, it might even be in this situation in Hayden's seat. You might even want to, if your hand's good enough, just Arsenal pass and try and leave them with a block card in hand. But we're going to see him start chipping away here with the kunais.
Yeah, I think Victor especially pretty low on prevention
Yeah.
as it comes. You know, can't really run a lot of strict prevention cards. I know that Shelter from the Storm has made its way in to a few lists these days, which is something I never thought I would see.
Yeah, they do. Lists do, I believe, have one set of D-reacts like quite often now. But it does obviously, yeah, like you said, dilute their clash winning potential, which is never good. See, and there you see Hayden just cycling some cards and setting up a good hand, trying not to let the victor get too much block value. Hopefully, there's still a block card in his hand.
Yeah, seeing a throw dagger and a pain in the backside go on this early really makes you wonder. And talk about cards that can really break down the matchup for poor Cindra. It's Spinal Crush.
Yeah, like we said, this is not what you want. This is why Ty's elected to go second. He's like, I need to filter my hand, find a big disruption piece, hang on to it, and then just send it the next turn. And he's been able to keep the Spinal Crush in hand, send it because he knows this is just a massive card in the matchup.
Definitely a symptom. Ooh,
That's nice.
Draconic D-React. Yeah, I believe if you have 2 of these in your graveyard, you're able to banish them and then draw a card. So also one of these, one of the cards that you can play for a longer game with. Spinal Crush, obviously representing quite a massive tempo loss if the crush effect is able to be resolved, but really nicely done there. Loyalty from Beyond the Grave is the card. Amazing art, and the Hunted just had excellent art.
Oh, yeah.
Strike first. This will give the next Draconic attack +1. I believe this is just 3. Go again. An Antiquity Pack Ripple Away on the block. Can't imagine that's going to be getting much value outside of fealty killing. And a Draco Fire. Whoo.
Yeah, one of those new cards that just we thought it would be at its best in Fang, and it's just turned out to be a Cindra card, basically.
I think that's the pretty iconic Draconic experience. I thought this would be good in Fang, and it's just better in Cindra.
Oh, yeah.
Eating a block, flipping another Spinal Crush. This one will be coming in for 10 next turn.
Just double checking.
Or
Not
9,
what you want to
sorry.
see if you're Hayden Dale right now.
That's all we do. That's fine. I'll pass priority.
Just moving to end, says Hayden Dale, binning the dagger.
Now, is that a D-react? He did just pass priority instead of playing something else out here, so it could be a D-react.
Yeah, it could also be the fact that you're not really getting rid of this Spinal Crush.
Yeah.
If you send something anyway, so you may as well hold the card because there is just one more card in the hand for Soens.
Let's see what we've got. It could have
Spinal Crush for 10 +1. Of course, when it defends, you can flip a card with Crush in your arsenal face up to give it +1.
and like
Very
we said,
strong symmetrical effect.
Pick 4? Yeah.
oh, that's a lot of 2 blocks, Alex.
Yeah, it's a lot of natural go again out of the deck as well. I think Hayden knows that he's happy to take a turn off if it means not eating loads and loads of damage. A sink below from the top of the deck. Fascinating. I think a lot of these Victor lists that are performing well do run a bit of a go again package, obviously not with Rousey, Ancients, or Zealous Belting, but in the form of E-Strike and being able to effectively block out crush effects that are really pretty easy to get online in light of cast homes. It's pretty heads up play.
Yeah, Victor, he's got an E-Strike in hand right now, actually. Victor loves E-Strike. The amount of times I've actually been hit by 2 E-Strikes followed by a hammer, it's just, yeah. It
Looks like a Clash of Might is going to come out, hitting the Boulder Drop on top. I think that beats every single card in Hayden Dale's deck, and it will definitely beat a sink below. So a nice little push for the next turn as we cut to Soens, Tunic to 3.
So Ty knows that Hayden has a sink below, so yeah, he's gone with just a Boulder Drop. It's going to get covered here very nicely by this. Oh, actually, the Might token is very relevant here.
Yeah, Boulder Drop for 8 means that the sink below won't be covering the crush effect completely. Might have to give the Dragon Scale a flight path.
I was going to say those shoes are looking pretty good right now.
Excellent piece of equipment. It says ally on it, so just a heads up. Dromi's on her way back. If you've never been hit by the same Vincerico twice in the same turn.
I completely forgot because Dromi's been gone for so long. Oh, that's awesome.
Used to run it in Blitz.
Yeah.
Just look like a block for 7. Pretty typical. Instead of cashing in the boots, saying, I'm going to keep my fridge for a time that I actually really, really need it. And instead, I'll just play with a little bit less of an effective hand.
Absolutely. Hayden Dale looks like he understands his position in the matchup. Save life where you can, and try to keep your armor for when you really, really need to use it.
Looks like another strike first will be met by a trounce. I believe the Golden Sun
no.
not only make that clash.
Oh, but he has to.
He has to win both clashes, I believe.
Revealed a Goldmane estate, so doesn't win both clashes.
Is going to destroy the gold by the looks of it. Winning a trounce is just a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trounce is one of these ever-present cards in virtually every Victor list. If you're playing against Victor, you need to know about Trounce. Makes a Might, a Vigor, and a Gold token if you win both clashes. Extremely powerful effect. And a Blaze Headlong will be the play.
And all you have to do is put it on the combat chain, Alex.
Yep.
Pretty good. If Lockie was here, he'd be making a joke, but yeah, we'll Blaze Headlong coming in here. You love to see it. Is that meant to be? It's coming in for 5, right? Because of the Fire Tenant.
Yes, I believe it would be. I can't quite see the dice, but
yeah.
I mean, it's one of these like really difficult decision points where you see the cards in your hand and you know the turn isn't going to be as effective because the hand is so full, but you just have to play it in order to get value out of strike first.
Yeah, you do.
Display loyalty, making a fealty on the front end could be very, very impactful, as we know that a Rav Rabble was just played, enabling you to get some more draconic chain links. Regardless, a buyback might be on the cards with Tunic.
And Hayden just looking at this card, as it's not too common. Not many people really know about it. It's called Fault Line. It's from MPG, I believe. It's not too well
Yep.
known, but another card that just, I believe it threatens Arsenal.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
It does.
Yeah.
It comes in for 7, and if you have an Arsenal, it gets +1. So it's a crush 2-card 8
Gold.
Oh, here we
that
go, Alex.
has Arsenal destruction.
Not
The
this card.
Golden Sun.
Golden Sun. What a house of a card.
Yeah, I mean, 4 mites this early. Ty
Yep.
really knowing what his game plan is of pushing enormous on hits. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You cannot block.
And it's sort of like I said at the start, if Ty just sees disruption, it is really difficult for Cindra to get some aggression on the board. She just can't when she's being presented with these on hits each and every turn.
How will this be blocked? And a shelter from the storm completely covering it, but with 4 mites for the next turn may not be so lucky. Looks like
And-
potentially 2 play sets of D-Reacts in here. It's very interesting.
I go again, all right. Not currently. Yeah.
Both 7 for 4.
Yeah, as you do. Yep.
We'll end up losing this clash if not to activate Victor's hero ability.
And we see a pummel on top, Xander. That is
Hard
not.
decision
Oh,
point here.
it's gone to the bottom.
Good. Good drop. Okay.
Ow, that is
Shot. Yep.
that's the Ryan Taylor Victor experience right there.
Losing multiple clashes to a deck you really shouldn't be losing even a single clash to. Yep.
Yeah. There's a real case to be made for losing that clash intentionally, so you know you have the pummel for this turn, depending on what is in Arsenal. But that just looks like it's going to be 2 blues into a cranial crush. Says Mask of Momentum, Mask of No More. Hard to block this one out for 12 points of damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I was going to say this could be a turn where, the on hit is bad. It turns off your mask, but it does allow you to actually play out your cards, which is something that Hayden actually hasn't been able to do. It'd be interesting to see, but he has opted for a more defensive position. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him pop another D-React and a block in front of this. We'll see what he decides to do.
As well as Mask, it can also turn off Art of the Phoenix War, which is the functional Art of War reprint, specifically for Draconic Heroes. Huge power card. I think if you're in the seat of Hayden Dow, you're wondering how much can I get away with blocking this while still not being completely locked out of the game. Obviously, worst case scenario, next turn, another cast homes is to follow. This is 7 blocked on 5.
Yeah, go for it.
Coming over.
He's still thinking here. He's dead. So maybe deciding whether he wants to commit a second D-React or keep it in Arsenal for the next barrage. Because if you're not doing anything with this turn, putting the other D-React is only stopping damage here, whereas keeping a D-React for a future turn can help stop a crush.
Excellent call. Looks like that will be the play. Send a 0 for 4 and then Arsenal a defensive option for the next turn. Oh, Oath of Loyalty. Excellent card. I mean, so iconic for Draconic Heroes now, but something that people initially saw and thought, oh, I can't make this work. What if I want to run a Rav Rebel? Lo and behold, the fealty tokens got you there. Another trounce. Winning the first clash. The second one will be another win. So a Might, Vigor, and a gold token for the side of Ty Soens.
And draw a card. Just,
And of course.
Very good things. Yeah. I know a lot of people, Xander, that are pretty happy for this deck to be League of LLing soon.
Yeah, the two decks I've played most into Victor. One of them was Kano, so an incredibly free matchup, and then the other was Prison, which is an incredibly unwinnable matchup.
Yeah, the opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, very polarizing as things go. But Victor, I think, regardless of where you fall on loving or hating the deck, loving or hating, better for worse, he does represent an important part of the meta and keeps a certain number of decks out that would just run unchecked otherwise.
Now we've got an Ignite coming here for Hayden here, so maybe be interested to see what that last card actually is, if it's a D-React or if it is... Oh, okay, well, it doesn't matter now. Oh, Test of Iron
That
Grip.
is brutal.
Absolutely brutal here.
Once we start clashing, but these are both known.
Just max punished on a 2-block
Ah,
there.
he was... it's a Rav-Ravel.
It's so unfortunate.
Now, Xander, if you look at Hayden's graveyard, he fanned through it before. It is really, really dense. I'm getting a bit worried. He's been through a lot of his deck, and Ty is still sitting on 31. So Ty's game plan going exactly as it should at the moment, just sending disruption, forcing Cindra to block, reducing threats in her deck.
Yeah, these symmetrical effects like Trounce just keep, I think, pushing that limit of where Cindra can go, you know, really bottlenecking the deck by saying, yes, I will block for above rate and also ship. Oh man, if this isn't just an enormous pummel, I don't know what is. This is the iconic Guardian experience of playing, and they go CNC. Yep, 2 floating. Just eats it. Elects to eat it here. Understandable.
All right. So Hayden has a 4-card hand, probably for the first time in a bit. Let's see what he can do. Got an Oath of Loyalty.
Yet again, showing up big time to get these enormous turns started right. Really going to push the needle of, can you deal with this? I think that is quick dodge flexes in the leg slot for Ty Soens, so always the potential of a bailout should any nasty little attack reactions get their way through, such as Ancestral Harmony. It's for... Oh, there it is.
Another Dracai.
Ripple away will be the block.
Now, importantly, Hayden has 2 Dracai Fires in his graveyard now, so he can banish them in a future turn and just get a free resource, which is really good.
Ty, being a player of high skill, will know exactly how to deal with mask triggers as well, so unlikely to get caught off guard by any sneaky little tricks. Looks like a dagger buyback pass. Very smart, very measured gameplay. I mean, it kind of feels like death by 1,000 daggers at this point. Oof. Another cast homes. That'll be 4 gold, draw a card, make 5 mites. All for the low price of 1 resource.
Yeah. And a CNC. Yeah, this turn's absolutely brutal. It's saying you don't get to have your turn, and I'm going to have my turn next.
I mean, there's no way he IPs another card, right? This one has to be pummel.
I don't believe he dropped the pummel, but Victor does sometimes get stranded with an extra card when he plays Goldmane Estate. He could just be an IP, but because I don't think I've seen the pummel, but I could be wrong. Let's see. He's got it. Okay.
Something's been stranded in that arsenal for upwards of 6 turns at this point. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. CNC pummel, a tale as old as time. Hayden
Yeah.
probably thinking, oh, I couldn't be pummeled. I didn't get pummeled last turn.
That's always the way.
Obviously, having no arsenal there, the pummel loses a little bit of its power. And Ty definitely did eat quite a bit of damage for it, but 10 damage with a crippling on hit.
Take 2 cards. Absolutely brutal.
As well, if Ty is playing a more remembrance-centered package, you know, I know that's in a lot of Victor lists right now, is just a natural 3 of. Getting CNC back every single time to punish the D-Reacts and say, hey, look, I know you are running Sink Belows and Shelter from the Storm and Loyalty from Beyond the Grave. I'm just going to send CNC at you every single time. Devalue these cards in your hand.
Now, I wonder what Hayden's thinking about here. He's got two. Let's it resolve.
We'll be taking 4, losing a card from the hand and the arsenal. And it was the D-React.
Oh, it was a D-React. That's brutal.
But it's not all bad. Loyalty from Beyond the Grave's ability is now live. So at the start of any turn, you may banish both of them and draw a card.
Yeah, I think the common time we see it getting cracked at the start of the turn is when you want to get a 5-card hand, basically. So he's just said, nope, I'm going to arsenal this. I'm going to save it for a turn where I actually have a big turn. And I'm going to make it really hard for Victor to block it all out.
Losing 2 defensive value on the equipment definitely leans that way of Hayden waiting for the opportune moment to strike, such as probably not this turn.
We just saw Ty drawing 2 cards, folks. That's because he's pitched a Riches of Tropeldani, created a gold, and Victor's drawn an extra card off the gold crack. Again, something else that he does that is really, really strong.
10 go again on an E-strike. You wouldn't want to read about it. This
Absolutely
is an absurd amount of damage.
And he has a tunic counter and 3 cards in hand, so this could be a crush attack following up this, which would just be devastating.
Yeah, there's always the chance that Hayden goes no box and then sees what comes afterwards. But if there's a Golden Sun in the hand, you might just lose on the spot.
Exactly. You might just be dead. Yeah.
Very, very hard decision point. Probably going to see a lot of defensive options opted for here. Hayden probably thinking to himself, if I see a throw dagger and a pain in the backside anytime soon, I know the end is near.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about with this matchup. If the Victor takes tempo and hits their disruption, it's very, very hard for Cindra to string anything meaningful together.
Being able to, we haven't seen it in this game, but tick tunic. Oh, cranial crush. Being able to tick tunic and play out cast homes as well is just an incredibly offensive way to draw a card, progress your game plan, make a bunch of mites.
Yeah, and if you draw a blue, you can also swing hammer. It's just really, really good value.
Looks like the Dragon Scalar flight path have been picked up. Will they see a block here? We'll know when things are getting dicey once the fridge starts being blocked with. Ooh.
Okay.
So that is a throw dagger.
Yeah, that's fine.
The dragging out the cranial crush. Another cast homes in the hand of Ty Soens.
Is that action phase or what's that? Would this have been stopped by cranial crush?
Okay.
With this one.
Yeah. Is it action?
Let's study it.
Study
Let's
turn.
study
Oh,
it.
okay, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't want to look while I was.
They're just discussing loyalty beyond the grave, triggering if Cranial Crush's crush effect is live. Will not be the case, I think.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
it will
yeah, I
be
think
because
you're
it's a
right.
defense reaction, right? No.
Well,
Cranial
no,
Crusher
it
says
says
you can't draw cards.
Yeah. Oh, so he's gonna banish both sets. He's gonna banish Draco Fire, the 2 Draco Fires to get a resource, and he's gonna banish the 2 loyalties to draw a card and try and have. I think because he realizes that it's do or die now. He's on 9 life. He needs to start doing something to try and accelerate his game plan.
Thinking. This is a massive trigger to pull on a turn where you would otherwise not be super happy, but just due to the circumstances of Victor constantly sending disruption your way and the life
Yeah.
totals not being in your favor, I think we're at pitch stack now from turn 1. Throw dagger in the bin,
Yeah, this
bang in the backside in the hand.
I think so too. Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
many
Hayden's
cards
deck
left.
is. Yeah, I think his deck's looking really thin.
Clash of Agility,
So I'll make a bigger target.
Yeah.
Clash of Vigor,
Oh, this is
sorry.
Clash of Vigor. Yeah.
I think 8 beats 2, 9 beats 2.
Maybe. Not sure.
Go again.
This chip damage is just not getting over the line. And having Tunic for cast homes at worst next turn
Yeah, that's also fine.
could be pretty devastating.
And Ty recognizes Hayden's just trying to try and get something on this turn. He's trying to sneak in a mass trigger, and he's just denying him at every point, blocking the kunai with the 1 point of armor there. And now, I think Hayden only has 2 cards still, so his mask is still alive.
Rising Resentment, not going to see a block this time around. Knows that if I block this out, I'm just going to get flicked with a Kuno.
We do see the banish from Rising Resentment. Get a free Demonstrate Devotion here.
Crazy strong card. 4 go again with a little bit of fealty generation. Obviously at 1 cost, but excellent card.
So
is eating the 4. This will be the second hit off of Mask. And now another
very
4
nice
go
for Hayden.
again.
Yep.
Is there a world where Victor... Can we just take a step back and appreciate the fact that this started as I believe a 2-card or a 3-card hand, and just clawed back with Draco Fire and Loyalty from Beyond the Grave to really clap back from an E-Strike for 10 and a Cranial Crush for 8.
Yep. Yeah. Hayden very smartly recognizing he needs to push now. That's why he did it. He banished both sets at the same time. And now Mask is live, so Ty needs to block this out.
We'll see the flick here. Mask and Momentum not going to trigger, but getting a dagger back.
Just do the Cindra thing.
Yeah. And passing. It's pretty big. That was an enormous turn. What a fascinating time to pull the trigger, and it paid dividends in bringing this game closer.
Oh.
Yet another cast homes. That'll be
Here
6
it comes.
nights. Yes.
Oh, now is he gonna, if he draws a blue, he's got Boulder Drop to send here.
Wait, would it be? Is it not 6 mites? Oh, the shield's gone. I'm a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tunic.
Yeah. Sure.
He's drawn a red. And he's going to try to draw a blue off the gold as well. And he hasn't. He hasn't. So
hit it.
That's massive. Hayden gets a reprieve here.
There's a golden sun in the hand now, but day late and $1 short. Huge tempo loss here. Hayden's really going to have to think about how he wants to play this hand and the best way he can actually just threaten real lethal damage.
Absolutely, Alex. He would recognize that he needs to absolutely take cards from Ty here because he's got 5 mites on the board. And if he sends something back, it could be lights out for Hayden. He's sitting on 5 life.
13. Yeah.
Perfect way to start off the chain is Ignite into a kunai, a tale as old as 2024. Looks like Tunic will be blocked with, but flicking to get over the Tunic block. These small, inefficient attacks are so hard to deal with when you're trying to defend Marsh triggers at the start of the turn. Cut through. A dagger has hit. This is another bit of 4. Go again. Oof, test of
Another
strength.
4. Oh, we see a loss. It's a draw.
Could
It's a
be,
draw.
yeah. We'll try and win this one.
Hayden needs a miss here.
That's a Thunderquake. Thunderquake
That's a
is
Thunderquake.
good.
Yeah, that's a big clash.
Oh,
we've got
and
an
the Ancestral Harmony.
Oh, he's going to get the...
Goes to 5. Mask is going to hit.
This is a mask trigger.
If
And we get the
only,
hit.
if only that Shelter from the Storm was in the hand, you could have prevented
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
this. But case. This is the
Yeah, that's
difference
pretty-
between
that's
playing
pretty big
to
for
win
Hayden.
and playing to not lose. I'm tense.
Yeah.
I quake in the mornings thinking about great games in the flesh and blood, such as these. Still with a 4-card hand.
We're going to burn a fealty.
For Art of the Dragon
Ooh.
Blood.
Okay.
Another 4 block.
Another clash. No. I'm just going to say, Xander, Ty has just had it this game, I think. He's had all the clashes. He's had disruption when he needs it. He's made it very difficult for Hayden this game.
When you see the card on top of that, it's not the card I really want to see,
Jeez.
you know? I can't be out of
That
great
is
Yeah, Hayden saying
rough.
it's not really what I want to see.
Throw dagger. We'll be drawing a card here. Obviously, buying back these daggers is a pretty big deal.
Can we just move this down a little bit?
Yeah, of
Alright,
course.
yeah, okay. There's 2 chain links in here.
Yeah,
If it
Shifting the chain back.
matters.
Just ninja problems.
Most certain it doesn't.
All right, I wonder, so he's burnt the fealty on the... Oh, it was just to give it go again. That's why he burned the fealty. So he might
Yeah.
have a 1 cost in hand, though.
You put one pile, it's fine. Go for it.
Rising Resentment is pretty nice. Art of the Dragonfire is one of those cards that, while being a 1 cost, if it is Draconic, starts as regular ninja, deals 2 damage straight to them, and then comes in for 5. That could be a finisher here that we'd be happy to see.
I don't think there's a reason to burn the fealty that early if it's not going to be a 1 cost.
Yep.
Because otherwise he would
think
just
you're
play
right.
Rising Resentment first.
Thinking. 2 or 3 in hand.
2
Two,
in hand.
sorry,
2 in
two.
hand plus Arsenal, though.
2 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal, says Ty Soens. Still so much defensive power from this deck. We know a Golden Sun will be likely to follow next turn. No Vigor token, though.
Yeah, so Ty is blocked with 3 cards and a Tunic, and he still has an Arsenal with 2 cards. Feels pretty good.
If you don't send the attack here, I think Ty's game plan
he's
is
gonna-
to go fish with gold for a blue.
Okay, so he's going to Cindra.
Not what I want to use my 1 tunic cannon this game for, I'll be honest.
So we've got mine was
Oh, he's
cracked
going to
up
Tunic. Tunic just to swing a dagger here.
Hey, when you have to use it, you have to use it, right?
Yeah. He
Oh, engulf the
Yeah.
firebrand.
Yeah, we've got that's inflame.
Inflame the
Firebrand.
firebrand.
So that tunic dagger to me signals that Hayden knows it's now he has to push because he knows this next attack's going to be devastating. He knows he needs to try and get anything out of his hand, but I don't think it's going to force a card from Ty here.
Yeah, this is 4 chains fully blocked up. And still 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. If he's not getting cards out of his hand now, he never will. But tying up the life totals to 5 and 5. Hayden
So
Dale
he's
making
just
this
blocked
so close.
So he's just blocked 12, and now he's going to send
Boulder drop.
For 12.
Yeah. I was under the impression there that he was going to use the blue to go search for gold, because still at worst you can cast the boulder drop with the
True.
Golden Sun.
True.
I think that would have been lethal, but Ty has a far greater understanding of his deck than I ever could, so I'm not going to question it.
Do we see what his last card in hand is? I don't think we
Golden
did.
Sun.
Oh, okay. So he's keeping the Golden Sun because he's like, if you block this out, I'm going to guarantee I'm going to kill you the next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his logic.
So what would Golden Sun be if you break the golf? Golden Sun for 15, I think, unless you have some way of blocking 10 overpower, which may be possible with, 3, 6, mask, 7, 8, tunic, and flick knives 10, and then you still take 5. But 1 D-react obviously blows that mess out a little bit. Gets rid of the entire hand, though. At these low life totals, if you're able to get rid of
But now we see
flick knives.
So here we go, Xander. Like he knows that if he pockets the Golden Sun and Hayden can't crack back, then he's just going to kill him. Hayden doesn't do anything, and now he's doing E-Strike, go again into Golden Sun, which is just absolutely lethal.
Yep.
I've actually watched quite a bit of Victor coverage, over the last few months, obviously, because he's been just on stream all the time, and it's actually a play I've seen quite a lot. Just send a good on-rate attack and pocket the Golden Sun. Hayden trying to figure out any way that he can stay in this game.
There's the Art of the Dragonfire, day late and $1 short here, with no fealty tokens being generated in recent memory. But obviously a little scared still of that Golden Sun, or just any effect here. A CNC is also incredibly frustrating and difficult to deal with. You have to think, though, why not give the tunic and then the D-react to the E-strike if you know a CNC is coming? So I doubt that would be the case. Golden Sun for 10 overpower.
Yep, we might be seeing the end of the game here. Hayden stares down 10 overpower. Does he have the D-react?
Really the ultimate finisher for Victor, high and mighty.
Yeah. Yep.
Here we go. Blocking 5 with the D-react. That'll be 9.
He's just dead.
He's just dead.
Yeah, he's just dead.
Really close game.
Yeah. I think that is a good example of it's a perfect example of how the matchup can go. That's usually what happens if Victor sees that disruption and gets to go second and keep tempo. He kept tempo the entire game. It was really hard for Hayden. Hayden didn't get to string together a 5-card hand once, I don't think.
Yeah, it's still very impressive to make the life totals go that low, even with such small
Absolutely.
hands, you know, Draco Fire and Loyalty from Beyond the Grave really paying dividends in terms of
Yep.
how you push Victor to get some cards out of his hand, push some damage across, chip him away. There's probably like 10 damage or so just through little dagger hits throughout that
Yep.
game and flick knives. I mean, the longer you go, the more flicks there are. Really, really well played by Hayden, but
Yep.
Victor Goldmane, high and mighty,
Victor
just too
Goldmane.
strong.
Yep. He's that's the thing with the deck. It's strong offensively and it's strong defensively. That's why it's king of the meta right now. It's just an all-round value machine.
Yeah. As well, Victor hits a lot of decks that you wouldn't typically expect, even decks such as Vincent, where you go, oh, well, you can't win the clashes. And sometimes you can still play for that fatigue angle perfectly fine.
Absolutely. Yeah, Hayden played very well considering, yeah, like you said, he didn't get much space, but he played to his outs, blocked when he should have, and still, like if you can close the gap after being under disruption that often, he
Yeah.
played very well. So yeah,
Yeah.
very good game between these two guys.
Excellently played by both players, and congratulations to Ty for taking it down on Victor Goldmane. Masterfully executed that game plan. We're going to go to a short break before our next round, but thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back very, very shortly. Hello and welcome back to Australian 2026 Flesh and Blood Nationals Round 9. We have a very exciting matchup for you. One of the new heroes from Omens of the Third Age making a second debut for Day 2. Zyggy Starlight versus South Australia's very own Jackson Casanova piloting Dash.io. Can you tell us a little bit about how you think this matchup is going to go, noting that both of the heroes haven't really seen a lot of time to play against one another?
Well, yeah, exactly. To be honest, I haven't even seen the matchup before because it's so new, and there's been a little bit of a Dio drop off lately, competitively. But Jackson is a Dio aficionado. He's been playing Dio for a long time, and I imagine that if Ziggy does not present any on hits, the Dio could run him over. But that's in my limited experience of the matchup. What about you, Alex? How do you think it's going to go?
Yeah, I think Ziggy, the builds that people are running with Reality Refractor and Iris give a lot more flexibility in terms of what 2-card generics you want to run. So things like Amnesia, Sensor, Erase Face, obviously CNC is always there. Bring a lot of flexibility on the Ziggy side for the matchup, but it'll be a tech thing, really. Are you able to tech? What did you think the pool would be like? I think Ziggy praised on decks that kind of want to be a little bit slower, because once you let that board state build up a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, that loop of I'm going to send a Gone on a Flash with Go again, I'm going to play an Aura, and then I'm going to swing the Aura pass. And then you just keep doing that over and over again. And you have the semi-deterministic endgame with Cosmic Space Dust just pinging for one bit of arcane. Important to mention that Achilles Accelerator does have natural arcane barrier on it, so that could be something to play around if you know it's coming. But Achilles Accelerator is such a core part of tying some of these turns together, of getting the extra action point, of pushing the ledger just that little bit more, and ultimately playing for a massive max V turn. So it's going to be super interesting to see how Jackson is able to navigate both the disruption side of things and the onboard prevention from Ziggy. And now we head in to...
Always playing Zach Gardiner. Interesting. So, yeah, Jackson, if you don't know him, local legend in Adelaide, pillar of the community, lovely guy, friend of mine. And I believe he's the last live Adelaidean for top 8. So we're going to try not to be biased. We're going to try.
Adelaide hasn't done too hot these past couple nationals, but definitely very proud to see him up on the main stage, getting his feature match in.
That's right. And Zach, very experienced player. I believe former national champion. I believe. I'm wondering if it was a... Yeah.
You would know more about that than me. But regardless, a 6-2 record for day 1 and day 2 is nothing to scoff at. Certainly proved that he has a place here amongst the best. Really, really fascinated to see how this matchup is going to go. Dio's very tricky deck.
It's really interesting seeing Zach on this deck. I believe he's traditionally a bit more of an aggro player, so seeing him sort of pivot to this, this, what do you even call it? It's a mid-range deck, right? Ziggy Refractor.
I would say it's a deck that fatigues by coincidence and happenstance rather than by intention. It's just a factor of having a big board. It's a super high value deck. You can just think about it like that. What with Gone on a Flash and Go Again, bouncing it back, you're just recurring the same card constantly for 4 damage. It's like having a hammer that will never leave.
Yeah, so I believe what Jackson wants to do in the early stages of this game is get some items on the board, set up, and I'm going to make a prediction. I think he'll get the time to set up, and his game plan would be set up and absolutely blast Zach.
That's absolutely something to consider, especially as Dio is able to... A lot of people don't really see it as much because, Dio really thrives in a lot of aggro metas, but Dio can absolutely set up, a couple Teklo Powders, put in a Teklo Core here and there, and then all of a sudden all of your stuff is incredibly above rate.
Oh,
looks like
interesting. Okay, we're
big spark
seeing
of genius getting a pounder.
Yep. Dio basically wants to do this in any and every matchup, set up her items if she's going first, pass the turn over. Jackson would have loved to have gotten an arsenal out of this turn as well. I'm wondering, is that 3 items? Is that why he's pitched them all?
Still on your
Or
turn,
is it
I'll
just
play
3 reds?
No, I believe it was just 3 reds.
Okay.
And a Restless Coalescence will come down for Zach Gardiner.
Pick up Chinook.
Powerful card to swing if you're able to play a Spectral Manifestations. Get a bootleg mirror guy, if you will. Looks like spears and potentially shimmers in the hand. That will be shimmers with silver.
Shimmer's pass. Interesting. So that second turn not going, I think, as well as Zach would have wanted. You're more of an illusionist aficionado.
Yeah.
You would have liked to deploy to go again attack before that.
Look, developing Spectra auras into a hero such as Dio with seemingly infinite action points sometimes is not a little bit of a deck miss out. It's not exactly what you want. Dio is one of the few heroes that can clear multiple spectral auras in a turn without, rolling scabs, which is at the hands of, at the mercy of variants.
We've seen a block 6 on this Medics. Being able to put an item into the arena on hit from the hand. Jackson has said, doesn't matter about my hand. I'm going to put one into the arena from the top of the deck.
Yeah, this might just be, item pass, really setting up. The not cranking the boom grenade there means that no extra action point, but doesn't really matter because you shoot the Spectra and move on with your life.
Oh, that's just a nice, clean turn. Get to set up, get to clear the Spectra, move on, have a massive turn next turn if undisrupted.
Yeah.
I know that one.
Wow,
Elliptical
just a pass.
Conflux, a Ward 2 aura that says when this leaves the arena, create an embodiment of lightning token. Core to the game plan of sending a gun and a flash with go again, resolving it, and then playing it back into your hand. Will be... Well, would you look at that quick dodge flexes from the legs of Zachary Gardiner? So potentially even looking to fatigue Dio here. So getting the pounder out early and starting this turn with Cerebellum Processor, a Boom Grenade, looks like a Teklo Core in the hand, another Cerebellum Processor, Pulse Wave Harpoon, Met X, and a Heist coming out for, this will be 7 points of damage, and boosting a Teklo Pounder is brutal. Jackson did know it was there, but not one of the items that you can play off the top.
Block 3.
Well, interestingly, now if the heist hits, he can put the Teklo Pounder into play, right?
True. Unlikely that it's going to hit, but definitely something for consideration, especially as backup protocol red is a mainstay in Dio decks. 7 is the block, perfectly covers it.
Gonna need more item space.
We're both going to just clog up the board.
Here we go. A Teklo Core.
Teklo Core off the top.
Just again, setting up a big board. Something that's hard to deal with. Item destruction is not something that Ziggy's famous for.
No, and it is sort of what we were speaking about at the start. It looks like Jackson's plan is just to, Oh, is that Convection Amplifier?
It is Convection Amplifier. Not
Yep,
a card you see every day.
No, so now we know my guess was correct. Set up a bunch of items, get convection on the board, set up for a massive turn that Zach cannot block. So that tells me that Jackson was thinking about fatigue going into this matchup. So he knows more about it than we do.
And Phantasmoclasm will be the play, and there's not a single attack in the hand.
Fix my hand, please.
So they're just, can you fix my hand, please? He says. And that's the thing about Phantasmoclasm. It has to declare a target, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. You can't not pick something. So balances itself out. Every time you play this, your opponent either has naturally 2 poppers in hand or has no poppers, and you get rid of something and then they draw into a popper.
And Jackson just eating the 9 here because there is no way in Dio's deck to pop this. I don't believe there's a single card.
There is. There's
Max V. Yeah.
There's also Throttle that is a 6 power red Throttle.
Now, when I was last talking to Jackson, he did say something about a Max V-less list. I'm wondering if this is a list that actually has Max V or not.
You know, I think Jackson's one of those big brain players, and he probably said that knowing that you would say it on commentary to throw off the rest of the pod. So well
True.
played. We'll
Yeah.
be getting the extra action point here as well. And
Yeah.
here's the backup protocol red. We know there's a heist in the graveyard and a Teckley Pounder in the banished zone.
Man, just looking at, if I'm sitting in Zach's seat, I have anxiety just looking at this board right now.
It's pretty
You're
scary.
about to get blasted. Yeah, it's scary. Yeah. Okay, he's pitching backup protocol.
Likely getting a
Mark the other
heist
one.
here. Oh, a speed
He's getting the
demon.
Medex. Isn't that Medex? That could
Play a boom
Is
grenade.
that-
We'll crank it.
beam grenade crank.
Convection amplifier. Next stack
It
back
is
on.
Medics.
Bios up there.
My eyes fail me yet again. A boom grenade played out.
And medic.
He's going to
Ooh,
BIOS
up there.
update, buff the Medex, and come in with Dominate. Yeah, he's
9 dominate.
That's correct.
9 dominate. Zyggy with the generic fridge of I don't want you to do this.
Yeah. So this is going to get soaked up. If Zach doesn't have a D-React, we might see it connect here. But I think with the ward,
Yep.
even if he doesn't have a D-React, he should be able to soak this up. But Jackson wants to deplete his resources, right?
Yep. 5 ward on board. 4 ward on board, and then just needing 5 to block if is not asking Zach pretty much get rid of your fridge or eat a lot of damage. Here it is. That's 5. That's pretty
There you
clean.
go.
Thing.
Yep.
We'll close combat chain.
Gets the... Is it embodiment that comes off
Activate,
that?
tick like
Yep.
that.
So he'll make an embodiment of lightning, which I believe is that token we've just seen.
Let's
Teclo
see what
core
Jackson's got left in the
used.
tank here.
You got to think that this is a throttle.
Hit boost.
It's a zipper hit,
Zipper.
or as Lachlan would call it, a yipper hit. Still a really hard decision point from Zachary Gardiner on how to block this because Boom Grenade's live.
Yeah.
And this still is a break point, and it's a really ugly break point.
And Jackson still has a card in Arsenal.
Pistol for 2.
So this needs to happen.
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
Play direct. So 5.
Oh, yep. Just rewinding a little bit there for Shimmering Spectre.
Reasonable.
Fully cover that out, and then boom, pistol for 2.
Yep. Thank you.
So after all that, he's gonna shoot the pistol again.
Two more.
Yeah, had to close the chain there just to make sure that the Shimmering Mirage didn't proc again. Here comes the Achilles Accelerator with another heist. A Pulse Wave Harpoon, sorry.
There's no boost.
Post-
on the chain link.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Anyway. Here's 2 and ward 2.
Completely stuffs it
Okay.
out.
I think
Damian is going to stick around, but I think Jackson might have been pushing damage there to see if we can
Why do
get
anything?
maybe a Gardiner flash out of the hand.
Not liking these boom grenades.
Yeah, I think Jackson knows you need to strip resources at some point here. So he's gone for a big turn and it's stripped the headpiece, all the ward, and all the hand. So now he can reset up again.
Still having a convection amplifier is important. However, convection amplifier famously not good into ward. Cerebellum processor. We know the other one is on the bottom of the deck, and we've just seen one. So this will be the last Cerebellum Processor for quite
Immediately
some
draw that
time.
card. Using my extra action one.
Now,
Acceptable.
Zach looking pretty good here from the fatigue angle.
Super before go again.
Hasn't leaked a whole bunch yet. I believe our life totals still need to be updated. I think he's down to 35, but
Soup Up is the play.
Yep.
Easy 4 block there.
Super hit boosting. After Furious Trigger.
Now the yellow zipper hit. Obviously, banishing that Fast and Furious, giving another steam counter to Cerebellum Processor is going to be very, very impactful.
awesome. And we see our life totals updated here.
Yeah, it was the
27
second
plays
one.
36.
Bear in mind, this 36 could disappear instantly should the opportunity
absolutely.
call
No
for it.
block on this.
Yep.
Cool.
Sure thing.
No blocks on the zipper hit.
Great chain and probably
X equals 2.
Nice.
Another Spark of Genius. Another setup
Oh.
turn here by the looks of it. Sending that
Yep.
attack probably purely to just get a card out of the hand and put another steam counter on Cerebellum Processor.
also putting a BIOS update back into the deck to possibly buff up another dominated convection
Should have
amplifier
muted my
attack.
Rebels chat before I sat down at the stream table. I can hear it going off.
You have to wonder how many copies of Convection Amplifier Jackson is running.
It's funny.
Just pointing out your misplays. Or
Oh,
something.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, draw from Spark.
Yeah.
I believe
Last one.
you run just one, but I could be wrong.
My turn. Okay, spending. Restless. Arsenal.
Oh my goodness. So that is a
Oof,
haze
very
bending
nice.
into a Restless Coalescence. So effectively, that if you destroy the Restless, it's going to make one Spectral Shield on the back end. If you destroy the haze bending, it's going to make one shield on the back end. You're pretty much just looking at 3 split ward for this turn. So something to consider when planning out how you're going to layer your damage.
Yeah, I think Dio having access to the Symbiosis shot is just so good to ping at the end of the turn into these Spectra auras. It's just so efficient.
You can sometimes summon from your extra deck.
The action point generation from the top of the deck, playing items, cranking, nothing
Yep.
to scoff at. Symbiosis shot, one of the coolest weapons in the game,
Oh yeah.
Right, we're going to start
in my opinion.
red back up off the top.
Yep.
We will crank it.
Okay, that's a good hit here for Jackson off the
Very
top.
good.
Backup protocol.
That's a second action point. Exactly what you want to see.
Hopefully I won't regret it.
Hopefully I won't regret it, says Jackson. This is shaping up to be a pretty huge turn. Have to wonder what to grab here, noticing that the hand is a little bit low on resources.
All right, it'll be soup up before 4 go in. Just 4. No go in yet. I always get ahead of myself on that one.
Out comes
Just
Super.
for
By the way.
no go again yet, he says.
Like a true floating pummel.
Yeah. If only there was an instant speed way to destroy an item.
On the board right now.
It's one of those things that I love most about Fab is making these sneaky plays that everyone knows about it, but it gets you once. You go, wow, this guy's really going to IP 2 cards.
Yeah.
Thinking
Down
on
comes the
sink,
sink. We can imagine that we're going to see a pitch for 2 into backup protocol
Oh,
red.
yeah.
Sick
Yeah.
artwork.
It's so nice, isn't it?
Interestingly, we haven't seen Zach swing Reality Fractor once, I don't think, have we?
I'll keep this.
Has he swung an aura yet?
Damage. Back up.
No swing of the auras.
Let's go again.
Just a Phantasmaclasm.
Soup up.
Some other.
Sorry, is that-
attacks.
I can't tell that they look very similar. Iris of Reality or Reality Refractor? Which one is it? They look very similar.
That is, I think that's Iris potentially. It looks like the one that gives go again. You put
Yeah.
3 resources into it and it gives go again.
Yeah.
But I'm not entirely sure they do look similar. Oh, it is Reality
It is
Refractor. So once per
Refractor.
turn,
Okay, cool.
swing
Yeah.
for 5. I feel like the win con for Zach here is to fatigue
Just
or
fatigue.
beat down with big illusionist attacks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of big illusionist attacks, Spears of Cerility hitting the combat chain, defending.
No, we're going to close the combat chain at this
And
point.
getting a nice spectral shield off the haze bending here.
Braces of Belief.
Ooh, out comes the
Ooh,
braces.
braces.
He really needs this to hit, revealing a boom grenade. So very no knowledge there, but
Activate Convection Amplifier.
not cranking. Or
Activating
maybe
convection.
is cranking.
Throttle boosted for 10 dominate.
To be throttled for
10 dominate.
10 dominate with a red boom grenade behind it.
This should not be able
That's
to
pretty-
be covered up by Zach. I don't
Hey,
think.
if this doesn't hit, it's getting a lot of the fridge.
Oh, yeah. It's got to get. I think. So the Stonewall will block for 1. It'll reduce it to 9. Then we've got a card from hand.
So that'll be 5, so 6. So he needs to find 4 more, which will come from the arsenal as a defense reaction. Brutal. Absolutely
And the
brutal.
shield covers it. And that was
Yeah.
almost effortlessly. Really.
Yeah. Did get a piece of the fridge. Seems to be a running
We did
theme
get a
this
piece of the
game.
fridge.
Boosting another throttle for a fender bender. +1 for each equipment defending it. Obviously, not many more equips left, but this card
Yeah.
has its place in DO.
Very cool card.
Yeah. And then after this, I think the turn is pretty safe to call. I can't really see Zach blocking this effectively, so it's going to need 2 cards. And then a symbiosis shot straight into the haze bending afterwards. Takes the 8.
And we're going to see some damage. Yep.
Huge
So-
turn.
Pistol will go into the haze bending.
Yep. Beautiful. Beautiful way to end the turn. Clear up everything, leak some damage, and just so his boom grenades haven't been played for nothing. I think he's very happy with that turn. He gets the rest of the fridge, he leaks some damage, and clears the Spectra Aura.
Well put. I am a little bit curious about what was just IP'd, because I believe there were 2 cards in the hand of Zachary Gardiner.
No, there was 1 left. There was
There was
one left, so we
one?
might
Okay,
need 1
cool.
card.
The
Yeah.
blue sleeves are a little bit matte or
Deceiving.
shiny. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're
So-
Jackson in the hot seat right now, are you worried about your deck health at the moment?
I'll swap you for your
Absolutely. Yeah, I think he's genuinely against a deck that's trying to fatigue him. He's basically always worried. If his opponent was on 10 life right now, I think he'd be a lot less worried, but he's still on 24. Zach understands his position. He's a very good player. I think this game is far from decided. There's still absolutely the possibility. Jackson checking his banish zone now. He's just counting up his graveyard, his banish zone, seeing how much deck he has left. Because Dio's deck goes really fast, as you know.
Also, the fact that Dio, unlike every other hero, and Lachlan Matterford is going to love this one, loses 2 cards for attacking. She's not pitching
Yeah.
1. She is losing it
Ooh, Hyper Scrapper.
from the deck.
Yep.
Hyper Scrapper, not a card you see very often.
No, not at all. I was wondering why I came across it on TCG Player and it shot up in price. I'm guessing this is the reason.
Yeah, really, really cool card. It's the pinnacle of mech design, I think.
We will crank it.
Oh, finding another Sea Belly. One of them will die this turn. if...
Then pistol.
Oh, just a shot for 2.
My turn, I'll pass. Yep.
Not even going to draw the card off of Cerebellum Processor? Guess not.
Okay. No, he's gonna. Interesting.
That
So if you
deck
guys don't
is
know,
very thin.
It's always works with sleeves, man. They're also-
yeah, it's very thin.
They're also
So the hyper scrapper there, when it says when this attacks, it gets +X. If 3 or more hyperdrivers are banished to play this, you gain 6 resources and it gets go again. So did he? Yeah, interesting choice to play it there. I think he just wants to play. It is a bit below rate, but he wanted to save better attacks for a future, onslaught. So he thought he'd just play out the.
To me, that reads as a late game card that can also come
Yeah.
in for an enormous amount of damage once your graveyard is full of banished items. Not something that you wanted to see right now, but
Right now, yeah.
certainly something to consider. A Nourishing Glow will be swung with when this enters the arena. Gain 1 life, ward 1. One other cycle of blue auras from Omens of the Third Age for Zyggy, Starlight. They got a lot of cool stuff. Very, very telling the space that they wanted to design that hero around.
down to 22. Thank you.
Back to you.
Yeah, I wonder if
You keep the shiny one around.
they expected Refractor to be, after testing, if LSS expected, when Ziggy comes out, he's going to be on Refractor. Or
I have to believe they did.
yeah, because
Tide
the
Wars
Aphrodite's
banned.
version,
We will crank it.
the Aphrodite's version is
Need dice for a stream.
basically unanimously decided by all Ziggy players to be the weaker version of the deck. Which is unfortunate because everyone wants to play with Aphrodite's.
Start here with a
Yeah,
boost.
Waning Moon in Illusionist.
It's going to come in.
Yeah.
7.
That will be the last Teclo Pounder. So I believe we're at stack now. One was pitched at the start of the game.
Out of Arsenal.
Man, this is hard. 25 life is such a mountain to get over, especially
Yep.
seeing that a lot of the threats are just out of your deck by this point.
And you think about how, how Jackson has tried to avoid being decked out. He's played around getting blocked out. He's played his convection amplifier. He's set up for bigger turns, and he's still getting fatigued by this Ziggy deck.
Here comes the quick dodge flexes to stop this. If I'm Jackson right now, I'm going to Arsenal and pass.
One
Yeah.
card left in hand and award 1. Alright, close the chain.
Backup Protocol Blue is a fascinating play here.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my extra action point to draw a card with Cerebellum.
Okay.
Draws off Sea Belly.
Play X equals 0.
To soup up in the hand. Spark of Genius. Might be going to grab a Teclo Core potentially.
Oh, his deck's not too bad. It's actually thicker than I thought it was.
It will get cranked. Oh, my symbiote.
Is
He's
cranking
still
the
got a
boom
bit of
grenade.
time.
Can't have more counters.
Is cranking, so he's going to try and hit this turn.
I was thinking, Ziggy has 1 card in the hand.
Draw off the spot.
You're kind of happy eating another 5 damage from that Reality Refractor Nourishing Glow. Is it worth giving them an extra 4 points of value off of that card?
No, we'd go again.
It is a good question. I think Jackson's saying, yep, it's still worth it.
Yeah.
Because Zach only has 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
I don't think Zach will be able to block out this boom at all. Jackson still has 3 cards.
Is that a Mahjong tile for the
Yeah, it
resource
looks like
tunnel?
it for the.
Draw.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Boost.
It is cool.
No.
This is another
Alright.
Teclo Core. Can't be defended with equipment. Huge outpace.
Yeah, outpace. Very, very good outpace here.
Would have
And
been
well
able to
sequenced
block it
too.
out.
Assuming I
Would have been
can't
able
Yeah.
to block it out too.
I mean, you can activate it, just don't.
Yeah, perfect sequencing there by Jackson to use it on the very last point at which quick dodge flexes could be used. I assume we're just going to see a floated resource at some point.
Yeah, no, it's because he wanted to bait out the last blocking card in hand first.
Yeah.
Because if he plays that first, then he can block it and use the ward one. But
Yeah,
he
and then the
baited out the
Tunic.
last blocking card. Yeah, beautifully done. And the highest is going to get to connect here as well.
That's pretty
This is
good.
huge for Jackson. Huge.
What are you getting back if
Zach.
you're in Jackson's seat right now?
It is a good question. I think he wants to get some more damage on the board.
I'm thinking backup protocol red. That's my prediction.
Interesting. It does help insulate him from fatigue. What is he going to choose?
Zachary Gardiner as well, just getting caught out with a little bit of an awkward hand there, running into another no block. Jackson able to capitalize off of that, but you have to give props to Zachary Gardiner for really playing this matchup to its strengths from the Ziggy side of things. Understanding that I can't race it, I can't play mid-range against it. I think I just have to block out and hope Boom Grenade hits the table, as you just said.
Yep.
Another piece of damage.
And absolutely, I think
I'm just going to think for a couple seconds on
the thing about, blocking out for fatigue is the opposing aggro deck will, if played correctly, get their opportunity to push some damage at some point. So you just have to make that push worth it, right?
Yeah. Oh, I knew it.
Jackson. Oh, he's activated Foundry, huh?
Yeah, to go crack backup protocol blue.
Here we go.
Might be grabbing the hyper scrapper back. Yep.
And he's going to leak a whole.
Yeah, not cranking the Boom Grenade there.
He didn't crank the Boom Grenade. Okay, yeah. I would say this game looks far closer now after that turn.
Yeah.
We have no equipment. Jackson's going in with a bunch of items on the board. He has another chance to push another Boom Grenade.
This is a little bit reminiscent of the game we watched with Hayden Dale and Victor. Being able to find that moment where you push for a bit more damage, make all the difference. A blue throttle gets boosted for a red 0 to 60. Most iconic card, I think, in the mech library at this point.
Yeah, just a mech staple. 0 for 4. What more could you ask for?
Yep, 0 for 4, 3 block, no less.
Oh, 3 block, yeah. Only price is a card from deck. And that's what makes these, DO so fatigable that, yes, these threats are very, very good and very, I would say they're all slightly above rate as well, but their downside is you lose a card from deck. And that's why a lot of players exploit the DO deck and try to block it out.
20 minutes. Sorry.
Dude, go for it.
So much of this.
Having a look through the graveyard is Zachary Gardiner trying to figure out what happens if I don't block this out. Are there any more Boom Grenades in the deck? The answer is probably yes. Just when you think they're out, they have one more Boom Grenade. They have a green Boom Grenade.
Now, Jackson looks pretty happy. I think he's pretty happy with the position he's in. Zach has exhausted a lot of his blocking resources, so that means he needs to play absolutely perfect now to fatigue Jackson. He can't miss a point of value and let a Boom Grenade leak.
It'll be an enormous blowout. One missed damage, one little point, one errant twitch, and kaboom.
Yeah, and boom.
Yeah, going on the offense just isn't an option anymore for Zachary Gardiner.
Yep. Nothing from me.
Plays out a Stardust Spike. Swords 2, and when it leaves, gains you a resource. And amps 1.
Very nice. Very nice if you've got a little Aphrodius to ping here, but obviously, Zachary not on the Aphrodis.
We're going to close combat chain.
And now we're kind of seeing, once the shield's down, once the fridge doesn't exist anymore, this Ziggy deck having a really hard time keeping up with the offense from a deck like Dio. You know, your deck's full of no blocks.
Absolutely.
This is the price you pay for having such a commanding board presence. We go Fender Bender.
Fender Bender.
Probably not going to chuck the Tunic in front of this one.
He could have been a consideration, though. It's...
Yep, 5 total.
Yep, so he has. So I think it's important to note he would have blocked with the Tunic here, absolutely, to prevent this boom grenade going off.
Yep.
Yeah, but he couldn't because of the Fender Bender, and that's why it's one of my favorite mech cards. It's just there's something cool about denying your opponent to be able to play their game plan and do the things they want to do.
Mech very famous for some tricky heads up attacks. At least it's not. It's the opposite of assassin. It's just face up.
And we see the hyper scrapper here. We're scrapping. He's got Zach's down to 8 with 1 card in hand.
Hey, I don't want to say it too loud, but Jackson hasn't activated Dio this turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Elliptical conflux, but the one floating from the Stardust Spike.
Yep, you're good enough on mine.
Now, I believe after the last turn, Jackson's deck is now looking very, very, very thin. He boosted about 3 to 4 cards last turn. So
it's so scary playing Dio because on these massive turns, you might just lose 10% of your deck for doing it. Looks like only about 10 cards left in there.
10 cards. Yeah.
This is really getting hard now.
This is going to go down to the wire, I think. Xander.
Teklo, Trebuchet boosted. 3 block on the blue, 0 to 60. You need to get rid of this ward if you stand a chance at winning this game.
Yeah.
Teklo Core.
Okay, we got a Teklo Core. And again, Jackson showing he wants to pitch those big buffs. He's pitched BIOS update to the bottom of the deck. Again, he's stacking a big attack to finish the job on Zach.
Makes you wonder why play the Teklo Core out now as opposed to in response to the Hyper Scrapper.
Yep. That was going to be the end for me. Yep.
Yeah, Jackson playing this turn very inefficiently to set up his pitch stack because he knows he has one big turn, not a bunch of little turns. A bunch of little turns aren't going to get it done.
7 go again.
Here we go. Miraging Metamorph with Go Again into a Reality Refractor 4/5.
Ordinarily, this is an oofed moment. But here, Jackson just says, yeah, I'm never blocking this. This is just 7 damage. I don't care.
Yep. This is not something you're ever willing to pop either. Getting another 2 ward value would be curtains, I think. That does look like a heist. And 2 Pulse Wave Harpoon in the hand for Jackson.
Interesting. Okay, we see the crown. This is purely just to try and get an even more powerful turn. He doesn't really care about the block damage. He just cares about filtering his hand here.
Yeah,
for a better option.
There's definitely a case to be made here for just not even bothering to attack, to not let crown get its value.
3 goes in. Easy. 3. Pass back.
All right, Zach's basically in the position of please do not push too much damage. Push a nice measurable amount so I can block it and win this game. And here is the pitch stack BIOS update.
Into a Pulse Wave Harpoon. Boosting.
Ooh.
Prismatic Lens. This is the fatigue
Okay.
protection
Show you a card
that
now.
people have been pioneering for some time. I believe it was popularized by Sam Sutherland.
Yeah.
You can do this every turn, by the way. So long as you have steam counters on it, you can do it on yours and on theirs. So at least 2 more cards back. Could be huge, getting, say, another 0 to 60 back into the deck or something like a throttle.
Yep, that's fine. Nothing there.
Easy.
We'll close combat chain.
Does water, it makes another.
If only to keep the board state clean.
Yeah.
2 cards left in hand.
Yep.
If Jackson could hear me right now, I'd be screaming, push for the damage, push for the damage. Finds a red, finds a red,
He
finds a boom
finds it.
grenade.
Spend the 1 resource. Crank it.
Wow. Okay.
Damn right, you're going to crank
Here
it.
we go. Foundry Heart using about a quarter of his deck on that Foundry Heart.
Man, in these fatigue games, you really feel not having max V. But Jackson is just
Yeah.
making it look effortless.
Yeah. Absolutely. The D reactor is
wave.
huge here for Zach. We have a
Oh!
heist.
Heist
I
comes
think he's
through.
going to connect here.
He's got a no block in hand.
No.
I think he has an aura.
Oh no.
He's going to
Is this
die to the
gonna finish
gun.
the job?
3, take 6.
Like
Take
6.
6 and
Gun
the gun?
for 2.
Is the gun going to finish?
And then pistol shots for lethal.
Yes, Jackson.
Yes, he gets it
there.
done.
Again,
Wow.
Starlight.
Wow.
What a game. You
Pilot
wouldn't read
to
about
perfection.
it.
Wow. He'll be so happy with this. What a game. It comes down to the wire. As we suspected, Jackson has about 2-3 cards left in his deck. And he just shows he knows he's been talking to me about the fatigue matchup for a long time. He's built his deck for it. As you can see, he knows what he has to do and he pilots it to perfection there for the win. Not biased at all. Congratulations, man. Good job.
Yeah, really well played by both players. Once the shields came down on Zyggy a little bit, knowing how to block and how to keep yourself alive takes so much skill. It's a lot harder than it looks, especially when the deck is full of no blocks.
Yeah.
And we saw that to effect towards the end of that game. Jackson was able to clean it up with Prismatic Lens being partly responsible for the W there. Exceptionally well played by both players. Jackson making it work without maximum velocity in a matchup where you can pretty easily get fatigued against a player as good as Zach Gardiner is just so impressive. Couldn't be prouder of that showcase. Anything you want to add for that game?
No, just a very good game. Both players understanding their positions exactly. You know, Zach knows exactly what he has to do. Jackson knows exactly what he has to do. That's why they're at this point in Australian Nationals. They're very good players. Yeah, just great to see. You know, good games in the flesh and blood.
Amazing games in the flesh and blood, no less.
And I believe we're about to see some.
We're going to show you.
standings.
This is always the exciting part. Ty Soens at first place with Victor Goldmane high and mighty, followed closely by Sam Sutherland on Dash.io. Interestingly as well, Slippy making a comeback into the fold after some time away from the metagame. I did not expect this.
Damian Moss, he's been piloting Slippy for a while. I've seen him in previous tournaments piloting Slippy, a bit of an aficionado, showing that, you know, the deck still has a lot of legs. It can still do those gross, disgusting assassin things that, you know, are really, it's just a really hard to block deck.
Yeah, indeed. It's quite straightforward in the way that it presents you damage, but if you give it, I feel like it's one of those decks that plays with tempo and runs away with the game, but doesn't necessarily snowball. It's kind of, it puts you in the blender over and over and over again, but it's not
Exactly.
going to kill you
Yep.
doing that. Like the numbers are reasonably
Correct.
fair, which I think is why it fell off just for a little
Yep.
bit. We see Jake McCormick on Kasai at 7-1, Hayden Dale,
Yep.
Cindra at 6-2, Freeman Monica at 6-2, Quan Lee at 6-2, both of them on Gravy Bones, and then another
Two?
Dio piloted by Lewis Shum.
And 2 Gravy Bones, Alex. Did you expect to see 2 Gravy Bones going into this, going into the last round of Classic Constructed? Did you expect to see 2 Gravy Bones in the top 8?
I expected a little bit of Gravy Bones representation just due to the deck being very flexible, and the people that play that deck love it. Gravy Bones
Yeah.
is their main thing, and I feel like
Yep.
LSS did such a good job of giving the hero options to make it work in pretty much every situation. The stands for this deck will always exist. So always happy to see Gravy appear. Surprised to not see as much Vincent. Did you think Vincent was going to have a bigger presence?
Look, with Vincent, I expect exactly this, and that's one Vincent hanging around the top 8. There's always just one. I'm not surprised to see it, and I'm not surprised there not to be more, because it's a really hard deck to pilot, and it is easily preyed upon via, decks that can fatigue it, decks that have a lot of blues. I'm going to pitch a card in my deck to stop your 3 rune chance, and it's not going to cost me anything effectively. But Vincent is very good. She's just a very hard deck to pilot. But what does surprise me is below it, we have a Bolton in 11th there.
Yeah, not a deck you see very often piloted to high levels of success in today's metagame. From moments of yesteryear, perhaps in the heavy hitters meta, I know Bolton playing with Decimator Great Axe was a little bit of a mainstay at a calling. Every now and then you see a very, very skilled Bolton player show up, but certainly coming in at 11th is really, really impressive and something I just love to see. Awesome deck, impossible to do commentary over. So complex.
Yeah. Also, I think we need to note these are the standings prior to the round we just watched, because I believe Jackson and Zach was 6-2-0. Now those standings have updated, so this will look different again.
Just need to make it very clear that this is not top 8 at this point in time. Things can still shift and change. I believe Soens, however, is locked for top 8. Being X and O after round 8 means that we'll have at least one victor representing the pool, which is incredibly exciting.
It's good to see, because I think I think the victor, he's looking pretty good in terms of the matchups I see. Those 2 Gravy Bones actually might be the thorn in his side, but we'll see. I think he's happy to play Dio. He's very happy to play Slippy, and Kasai I'm not too sure about.
Yeah. Very, very cogent points. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back very shortly for our next round before top 8. Incredibly excited to be here. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around and enjoying great games in the Flesh and Blood for Australian 2026 Flesh and Blood Nationals. We'll be back in just a moment. Hello, good morning, and welcome back to Australian Flesh and Blood Nationals 2026. Round 9? No, round 10, is it?
Round 10.
Round
Yeah,
10, the
should be round
final
10.
round before we go to top 8. We have a pretty exciting matchup here, as we talked about earlier. Slippy has slipped through the cracks and made their way in to some of the higher tables at Nationals this year, and will be facing off against Cindra Dracai of Retribution. Haven't seen Slippy really show off that much post Bond's ban, amongst other things. Can you just talk us through, as a Slippy player yourself, how do you think you navigate this matchup?
As the Slippy?
As the Slippy, yeah.
So, in my experience, this matchup can still go either way. If the Slippy only sees their vanilla attacks and no disruption, the Cindra can still like blow away with the game. It's a really nickel and dime kind of matchup, where you just have to block, you have to take your opportunities to attack with things like Mark of the Black Widow to try and strip another card from the Cindra. And you just need to try and pick them apart slowly. So he wants to see his codexes, he wants to see his leave no witnesses, he wants to see his Mark of the Black Widows.
Yeah.
His vanilla damage he does not want to see, because Cindra does that better.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense to me. Disrupt, infect, frail, even. Frailty's got to be huge in this matchup. Do you think the Cindra will be running Mask of Momentum or Mask of the Pouncing Links to try and circumvent that?
I think it's still momentum,
Yep.
purely because it then forces the oh, look at the scores are one. We've only played one game this Nationals.
It's been a short one.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think the Cindra should be running some D-reacts.
Yep.
They're very effective against good old Slippy. Interestingly, we've got boosting Spendog on Cindra. Egg Spennydict. Yeah, so the actual scores are 6-3. 6-3 piece. So basically fighting for their chances of top 8 here, these two guys. And I believe... Yeah, you go. You go.
Okay, you're too kind. It's important to mention that both of these players are, I think, very, very skilled pilots of their respective decks, and at this point, throughout Nationals, have gotten a feel for the meta. So as we, are drawing toward the end of top 8, Damian has probably played a lot of games against Cindra, but the inverse cannot really be said, at least as the contemporaneous Slippy lists have kind of found their way into the fold. So big day. Just shuffling up now. I wonder, first or second, is if it's going to play a big role in how this matchup goes. You would think, right? Going second gives you the tempo, gives you the ability to push for actual damage, but there's always the risk that Slippy's able to push over with, Spike with Blood Rod.
Yeah, I think this is still, from both sides, I think both players still want to be going second here. The tempo being so important. And, if Slippy goes second, he gets to strip cards. If Cindra goes second, she gets to threaten Mask of Momentum. It's just, yeah, I think it's one of those kind of matchups. Damian has had a lot of Slippy practice. I don't know him personally, but I've seen him in various tournaments. So he hasn't really stopped playing it, which tells me he really knows the ins and outs of this heroes, and he'll know how to eke every nickel and dime of value out of this matchup.
Also, this is really the beautiful part about Flesh and Blood, is that even if you play a deck such as Slippy, which people generally write off as, pretty simple, just play your cards in order, there's such a level of mastery to all of this. And Damian pushing it further and further, that is very impressive. Are you talking about the chest piece?
Xander, we need to talk about the chess piece.
Oh, for real?
What?
This
On,
is a piece
do
of
you remember I was
draft equipment from.
I was saying this earlier.
Omens.
Do you remember when I was saying this yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, what some people have been doing in Classic Constructed lately against the Flick decks, they've been boarding in this piece of Astral, like the draft equipment from Omens of the Third. There it is. Robe of Astral Sanctuary. Tap your hero, prevent 1 damage.
I'm gonna say no block.
Very interesting.
Prevent the next 1 damage. Yeah, I mean, if you've got nothing better to run and you want some instant speed, I need to stop a flick from Mask of Momentum. It's kind of perfect, no?
I flick myself.
You can't do that. Legal.
Legal. I get a fealty.
I guess no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, that's not true.
That's true.
Is that true?
Yeah.
It is quick dodge flexes.
I don't know. You should
If
turn on.
he covered your hero test,
So if I flick myself while I'm marked, I get a
whenever you
fealty.
hit a marked hero, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. If you're doing that, I'm calling it dodge to check, but that sounds right.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Cool. Cliche.
I'm surprised he actually did it. It never happened.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we come up. And third notices. Cool.
Yeah, this was gonna happen.
To see a Slippy player run a defensive package, especially in a tempo-based matchup. I think it's incredibly impressive deck building and really, really telling of how Damian got to this point late into round 10.
Take 4.
Leave No Witness is the play. We saw a T-Tox come in
Oh,
earlier.
on hit.
We got a little bit caught up in the chest piece there.
Yep, 1 silver.
Dude, I'm so good at Arsling cards.
You're crazy. I'm gonna.
They call me.
You're not like a mark.
Yeah, no, I'm just trigger.
Yeah, please leave me marked.
Oath of loyalty for 4.
Exactly, and his oath of loyalty. 0 for 4. Everything must be draconic this chain link in order to be played. This turn, sorry. Yeah, look at this.
I'm gonna see. Go for it.
3, make a fealty.
Here's 3.
You like to block.
We like to block.
A flick. This gonna be a great. I'm just gonna tap the phone and you do the pad.
Sure, it's easier. Get the zoom on the electronics.
Yeah, just thinking on spider.
That's incredible value, especially as the deck right now, as we see it or we understand it, isn't really trying to do the pretty typical Slippy thing of I'm going to send an enormous attack first, or I'm going to send a small attack and then a big one second with a lot of reacts, trying to be a little bit tricky. This seems a little bit more value-based, which is kind of exciting to see. Out of the Dragon Blood with a fealty will be given go again. That's Fiddler's Green.
Not for long.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
32. Now I'm getting 3.
We'll be taking 3 and then immediately healing 3.
Oh, so 35 plus 32.
Yep. My turn. I'm 4 for 4.
What? Is it?
28.
Yeah, did we accidentally get the wrong hero for this? Left Huntsman in the binder?
Come on, man. What the hell? 2?
I just can't believe what I'm looking at right now. I love it. This is really slipped through the cracks up until this point. No mention of a Arakni Huntsman cosplaying Slippy.
Yeah.
The flexes are out immediately. Immediately. Knowing that Cindra has like a pretty full group here, I guess that makes sense. right? Just use it while you have it. Spencer is already at 28. So taking 12 at this early point in the game.
3-4. Just thinking on splatter.
What are you thinking about?
Pretty cool. I want to stab myself or something. Yeah. Flavor
Who knows what else he's going to do next?
Yeah. I think stopping mask here is really the key concern.
Yeah.
Blaze Headlong is the play 0 for 4. Go again. There is a world where you let this hit. If you have another 2 block in the hand. Mask Competition blocks 1, does it?
Yeah, 1. Yep.
Yep. So stopping mask here. Having the once this chess piece goes, I think the whole game is broken wide open in terms of how
for
Spencer can
sure.
approach these turns.
Yeah. So we see a slip of Damian's hand. He's got another codex in hand, which is going to be huge going to the next turn. But is he considering pitching it for quick dodge as well? So he's blocked with the Kiss of Death.
Eats the flick this time round.
Eats the flick. Interesting.
5.
Now, this is 5 with no go again.
Cindra.
Cindra pass. And this is how Cindra can get on top of this matchup. She throws a ton of damage and then makes your opponent commit all their resources and then still arsenals and passes and gets ready for another offensive salvo the next turn.
You know what's incredibly powerful against Cindra's big turns, though? Codex leave no witnesses.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, your daggers aren't doing any damage anymore. You can't use them to effectively trigger mask, and you get a card, from Spencer.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they got the negative.
Absolute bread and butter assassin play here. Good old Codex, leave no witnesses. And the first one is a lot better for Spencer than the second one because he can always give, as he did, 1 card on the Dragon Scarlet Fight Path. But after this, you're going to have to give up 2 cards or some very important pieces of armor.
Last 10 cards are all 3 of them.
Oh, yeah?
This one.
How do you even navigate this from Cindra's point of view? It seems pretty cut and dry now on how you deal with the mask triggers. Strike first, block 3. Next thing we'll get +1.
It's actually not. It depends on the rest of Damian's deck, because like I said, if you play some vanilla damage cards, Cindra doesn't mind, and she just says no blocks, and she races you, and she threatens mask, and it actually is very hard
Very good at it.
for traditional aggro slippy lists to deal with the threatening of mask every single turn.
Yeah.
That's a strat, isn't it?
Definitely seems to be the angle that Damian's approaching this matchup from. And
Yeah,
it must be
High value
working.
play.
Yeah.
It's just high value play.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a whole lot more D-reacts because he's definitely defensively slanted.
6, 7.
Oh, 'cause
Oof.
yeah, okay.
Ooh,
Draco Fire.
So, I'll tell you
or
what,
7.
that's a high value play.
Yeah.
Oh, so this was from Arsenal.
And this is why Draco Fire is so good in Cindra. She often gets caught with these 1-cost attacks on all red hands, and it just becomes like you end up having to use your blood splattered vest triggers in order to be able to play these cards. But he can just save the blood splattered vest for another turn and just use the Draco Fire into the Demonstrate Devotion for a nice clean 2-card 7, really.
Did we manage to get a glimpse of what was in the arsenal for Damian Moss?
No, not currently.
Pick 5? 28?
Wow, so Xander, he's playing Justinic as well. This is a traditional assassin list.
This is just awesome. I mean, I'm so
Very-
impressed.
Yeah. Definitely Not what you usually expect, but he does have a bit of room here to have a turn.
What the
Infiltrate.
Infiltrate.
Wow, this
Excellent card. I mean, so
Yeah.
good here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never thought about
Yep.
this angle.
Pretty much anything you
Uh,
hit is likely to have go
It's
again.
gonna be some draconic
Could
cards
even make
that
a
go
fealty
against the
token.
blocks.
Wow, so Spencer has the D-React in hand, and he still takes the
Yeah,
hit.
you can have that.
Hot on their heels. Perfectly playable card here. Close chain.
Nice hit.
We're going to see...
Meat
Meat
Madness. Likely a pump in the hand then.
Never block meat madness is what they tell me.
Yeah. Except when you have Arsenal and cards.
You hear from Spendog there. Never block Meat Madness is what they tell me. And I think he's absolutely right, but he's going to block it anyway. Okay.
Yeah, the they in this story being assassin players. So I don't know
Yeah.
why you would listen to them.
Can't block meat madness.
Yeah. Don't block this. It's fine.
La, 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 la.
Yeah, and then the one time you decide to say no blocks, it hits the you know, the one out of 3, and you get absolutely destroyed.
I'm gonna need you to take a game action, Spencer.
Okay, buddy.
Just going to
But yeah,
draw up,
with-
leaving the hot on their heels for next turn. Likely to start something big. It's a gnarly
Interesting.
Play the
hit.
D-React, that makes it 2.
Oh, Francis.
Frail swing line.
Okay, and we see a fealty get popped on the pain in the backside. So Spendog doesn't have enough Draconic Chain Links in his hand to be able to buy back his daggers, so he just wants to extend his
Yeah.
Draconic Chain Links
Yeah,
a little
that's
bit.
my next 3 chain links.
Yeah, or potentially get a effect
Wait, real?
that's, you know, if you control 2 Draconic
Yeah,
Chain
that's
Links,
right.
Yeah.
get something nice. This card's incredible.
If I play another infiltrate, then I can good stuff go again. Right? Get a renegade.
Oh, synergy.
Yeah, right?
You should play Remembrance to get them back.
Yeah, true. And then play Time of Pandemonium.
You should play like one potion.
Okay.
Players having a little bit of banter here, all in good spirits.
Oh,
Yeah, Pain in the Backside is an absolute house of a card in any deck that it's in, basically.
Getting
See
flicked over
flick.
the top and a Lava Vein Loyalty.
So this is why the Pain in the Backside was Draconic.
Yeah.
Because Lava Vein needs to be the second Draconic Chain Link to get going. And this is just 3, 3, 3, 3.
And then flicking action.
Cindra.
Yep. And Damian says, yep, send me the bill. I'm just going to one card, send back the hot on their heels, which is pretty cool. I'm guessing, I know he's got an infect as well. Like, this is just good value.
Yeah, it's incredible value. Yeah, infiltrate into Cindra is about as good as a non-disruptive piece of attacking power can be.
I would be lost.
And this is just insult to injury. I'm going to attack you with your own card.
It's got to hurt.
And honestly, Damian's plan of just, I'm just going to block everything because I can. And when I see my highest value plays as Codex, I'm going to play it. And maybe he's just going to, maybe his plan is to just either fatigue or run the Cindra out of threats.
Does look like a shelter in the storm of Damian Moss.
Yeah, we see basically a full suite of D-Reacts in from Damian. And Fiddler's Green is just bizarre to me. I never would have
It's
guessed
pretty good
that.
against Cindra.
Oh, it's
Block a
great.
dagger for full value. It seems to hit a lot of things in the meta right now. Like it
does.
Weirdly enough, it hits Victor on the Golden Suns because it doesn't apply to overpower. Hits Ira. Just so effective at dealing with all these little annoying points from decks.
Yeah.
Looks like a snatch here. Of course, the promo. Beautiful snatch. Taylor's old as time. 4 on hit draw card.
Now, Damian has a D-React here, doesn't he?
I believe so, yeah. He's thinking Damian strikes me as a player that when they find a good turn, look for a better one. Does not have the D-React. Never mind. Cashing in the flick knives.
What?
Whoa.
Huge. Okay.
Didn't flick once this entire game either. So essentially one value.
So this is
Whoa.
this is a signal if I've ever seen one. Yeah,
Yeah.
D-React from hand, Mask of Perdition. This is going to be 3 banishes
That's insane.
and 8 damage.
Unless you have anything
No,
else.
all good. I don't know.
Huge.
Top 3.
Top 3?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Yep, cool.
There goes an Ancestral Harmony, a Blaze Headlong, and a Display Loyalty.
I'm gonna Draco Fire.
There's a lot of cuts out of the deck. That's 5% of your total deck health. Just gone
Yeah.
in an instant.
Wow.
4.
Yeah, Damian showing
3.
extremely good matchup knowledge here. He's just sending these 1-card plays that are just really hard for Cindra to deal with and just blocking out the rest of the time.
Yeah, there's no way Cindra is ever going to respect that play there.
No.
Oath of Loyalty with a dagger.
Rising Resentment. 3? Yeah.
Here we go. Rising Resentment. Huge power card. Kind of always demands the biggest block possible. Cashing in the prevention for the flick. Does not want the mask trigger at all.
5.
And he
And
saved
a
it for
lava
the...
burst to finish it off.
Here's
We'll be
the
able to
lava
buy back the
burst.
daggers.
Oh, this.
Try shock me, bro.
I saw 3 cards on the field, bro. 3 cards. I'm assuming-
Spencer saying, trying to shark me, bro.
Yeah.
And he never stops cracking jokes, does he?
Always fun to watch.
What, 4, take 1?
Yeah.
Blow. Take
I
one.
think if I want to Dragon
Yep.
this.
Move on with your life. Have a
Oh,
family and some
Spencer.
beautiful children.
Spencer thinking on flat path right here has decided not to.
That's smart. I think it's a very measured
Yeah.
play, you know. Players can sometimes be evaluated by how well they pull the trigger, but also when they don't.
Yep.
Persuasive prognosis.
persuasive.
This is a
Yeah.
just a Nick turn if I've ever done it.
If we see Justin Nick, this could be devastating for Spencer.
Maybe 1.
I mean, it absolutely is, right? There's no way this is never not just a Nick. Natty draw
Yeah,
them up in the
sometimes
same hand.
No blocks.
Yeah. Oh, he's got it too. These assassins, they always have it.
Did he just flip him off? It really
Did he
looked
just
like
flip him off?
Yeah.
People
comes
from
the
other countries are
sync.
watching this and be like, yeah, this is what Australians are like, basically.
It's pretty
Like
accurate.
it's pretty accurate, yeah. So importantly, Damian is still going to leak 2 here. Unless Spencer has drawn into another D-React, which he has.
He react.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. That is just very good timing for Spencer. That could have been devastating.
Kind of exactly what he needs to keep himself in the game now.
Yeah.
Obviously, blocking
Yeah,
8 on
100%.
6 is not ideal, but neither is losing a card out of your hand and taking 6 damage. So
Yeah, and
Exactly what he needs, go
importantly,
fast.
another card from deck. Because this Damian has banished a lot of cards from deck, and he's brought back his Mask of Perdition. If you didn't notice, so he's going to get another 2 banishes on another attack
Yeah.
later in the game.
comes the flick.
And a pass.
As I said before, now that the chest piece is gone, this kind of opens up the play lines that are available for Spencer.
Oh, not again.
Say it
Surely
ain't
not
so.
again, Santa. What do you
Say
think? Does he have it
ain't
this
so.
time?
This one's going to be... I don't think so. I'm going to say no.
Nah.
I think this is going to be like Codex, leave no witnesses.
Yeah, I think it's the important to note. It's bad to play this and just pump it for 3 because that can be covered by a single D react.
Yeah. Crucially,
But-
though, the Dragon Scale of Flight pass eaten.
Yeah.
No more block value.
Ned.
Oh, now this. Oh, he's got it again.
Unbelievable. See, look, he's flipping him off.
Flips him off again. Classic. Oh, these guys clearly know each other pretty well. This could be very big. Is it a red? It's a red. Oh, this is huge for Damian.
You wouldn't want to
Wow.
read about it.
Oh, this
Brutal.
is huge. Take the pain in the backside. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I guess.
This is devastating. Has he gained the life yet either?
I don't think so.
Because he gains 3 life, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. You're actually sick.
So I'm on 22.
Yeah.
Wow, that was absolutely
brilliant.
devastating.
I'll just be
Well,
one
Xander, I
moment.
think I've...
I just need to
Yeah.
swap over my net real quick.
Fucking no.
Fucking
for it.
no. Probably not. I'm not gonna filter this.
Three.
Yeah. Know myself.
I'll take one.
You know that was there, buddy.
Oh.
These guys have just been bantering all game. It's all just, you know, it's very good to see. Even in nationals at this round, you know, round 10, they're still having good banter between each other. This is just what the Flesh and Blood community is all about, honestly. Very good to see. Spencer desperately trying to piece together a good turn here, but Damian just keeps on saying no. This is my game, and you're going to play the game how I want.
Yeah. Yo, no way you're saying that loud. Maybe two.
Now, Damian left with
One, I guess.
3 cards in hand. He's going to block. He picked up 2. I think he's almost at the point where he's thinking about taking a bit of damage to send back some nasty on hits and put away Spencer. But he's gone the block 6.
Yeah, that's good.
And if that doesn't speak to his mindset going into this matchup, then I don't know what does. He just wants to block and fatigue out Spencer. I think he's quite happy to just play this very slow game.
I've returned and I've seen the size of that graveyard, and
Yeah.
I am not necessarily getting concerned, but I'm starting to think, at what point does the deck run out of threats?
Yeah. I think Damian is doing a very, very good job of just blocking with 3 to 4 cards, arsenaling another card, just trading these hands really efficiently.
This really does just seem like Go Again Huntsman, you know? It's
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
skillful deck building.
Yeah. To be honest, I haven't really seen it. I've seen it sort of before, but not to this extent. Not playing Fiddler's Greens. that's kind of next level. But it obviously works.
Yeah. On round 10, playing for his spot in top 8. Down comes the Shelter from the Storm. Clean block on the Ravenous Rebel. The card has
Fab's
become
just such an
ubiquitous.
Fab's such an interesting game. Like you think you know a deck and how it plays, and then there's someone else who's played the deck 1,000 times who knows how to play it a different way that's better than the norm, right? It's so interesting.
Yeah. I believe that Fab is a game that's really won and lost over micro interactions and micro decisions. It's nothing else. No other card game gives you the kind of agency that Flesh and Blood does. It's very beautiful like that.
So
I go fuck 3.
Cut through for 3.
not
No
going to
go
repeat what
again.
Spencer just said. This is a good turn here for Spencer. This is threatening. This is very threatening, considering he still has an Arsenal and one in hand. Damian's kind of in a tough spot here. Yep, and he has to take the damage because this is just this is too much. He can't block this out. Doesn't have any more armor.
Oh,
We see
lava
another
burst.
lava burst. This is huge.
We'll
He
get
just blocked
clean
6.
blocked. But here comes the Dragon Scalar Flight Path
Oh,
to play another lava
double
burst.
lava burst.
That's the dream.
That is the dream.
Robs the entire hand. Leave no witness is going to get no value on the offense. So Damian Moss decides, I'll just block with it. I'll just put it horizontally.
Yeah. I believe these life totals, are they
think
correct, or is
they're-
Damian lower now?
They are reasonably accurate. He did not take much damage on that turn. I think it was just three. It was 3. So he's at 20 at the start. Oath of Loyalty going to be the play, like we've seen many, many times.
Take 4. There it is.
The life totals are 14 to 12.
Another one.
1.
14 to 12.
There's the shelter from the storm. And that's such an awkward time to find it.
3.
And Damian just quite happy to play this hand to hand. I think we'll see Spencer flick and Arsenal to set up for the 5 card. That's the pattern of this. When a deck's trying to block you out and you're on the aggro game plan, you just want to send awkward numbers one turn, Arsenal, massive numbers the next turn, and repeat the process.
Yeah, now 14 plays 10. Mask of
I think
Momentum. Has it been triggered this game once?
No, not once.
Jeez. Rising Resentment.
Yep.
Push a little bit more damage. Rob some more cards from the hand. Don't get hit by another Persuasive Prognosis into Just a Nick.
Yeah. I think...
1, 2, 3.
Oh, Sigil, so good here.
That's pretty big.
I think if this is an attack, there's an... Oh, no, it's a Codex. Oh, this is fantastic for Damian.
Yeah.
Oof, this is really rough for Spendog. He's got to discard a card, and he's probably going to honestly lose the card in Arsenal.
It's a really hard decision on what you actually want from Arsenal
Yeah.
here. You know, it could be a Lava Burst if your hand lines up
Well, I
with the
think
Draconic attacks. It could be a Display Loyalty. It could be a
there's...
number of things.
Yeah. There's also an argument to grab a non-red and then lose it, so then, you know, Damian doesn't get the silver.
Could be Art of the Dragon Fire. Make it Draconic and ping for 2.
Or he could. Yeah.
Provided there's one in the graveyard, of course. Really, really important decision point here. I do not envy Spencer.
No. No, these are the turns where Codex really puts you in the blender. It's not an easy decision.
Grabs the Ignite.
Oh,
No, maybe not.
yeah, okay. Interesting.
Look at that Banish pile.
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. There can't be that much left in Spencer's deck.
Yeah, right? Fantastic.
Wait, I haven't played a Rabble.
You played one.
Have I?
Man, you know what? I'm so glad we got this game to commentate on, because this is just an example of in Flesh and Blood how you just don't know what you're going to get, because we expected these guys to just hammer each other and the game be over in 20 minutes, right? And it's just been a fatigue race.
Yeah, you could have given me, you know, an hour to figure out a slippy list that would fatigue Cindra, and I probably couldn't find it. But Damian Moss clearly just understands it better, gets the hero, cashes in the blood splattered vest,
3.
finds another D-React on the top of the deck. That is really nice info for Damian to have. He might just strand it in his hand. 12 plays 14.
4.
It's getting down to the
Double
wire.
14.
Cut through for 4. Go again.
Cut through when it's good. Man, this card is good.
It's amazing.
Fantastic card.
Beautiful full art courtesy of the gem packs.
Yeah. Man, these gem packs have been a godsend, honestly.
Yeah. I tell you what hasn't been a godsend. Graphene Calicera Generation. I don't think a dagger has been swung once this game. Flick Knives has never
No.
been used.
No.
Making cut
That's
through Draconic here. Why is that?
oh, why is that? Oh, so he can buy back the daggers?
But only one chain is Draconic.
Oh, is it just BM because he hasn't played any Draconic cards and he'll lose it anyway?
Yes, it is.
I think it's just for style points, honestly.
It is. Man, you could. There is a world where you lead with the Draconic Rav Rabble as well, just to make them think like, oh, I don't want them to buy their daggers back.
Yeah, yeah. And Damian just passing back here. I think, yeah, he's just saying, and we see Spencer just pitching a Fate Foreseen for a dagger, which you love to see as the defending hero.
Looking very, very low on blues is the hand of Spencer Horton.
Apologies, but
Without the onboard prevention, I think every shelter is gone from Damian's deck. Looking like Flick Knives and small dagger hits are going to be the way that this match closes out. Choosing on whether or not to flick this. Keeping Mask live. That looks like an Art of the Dragon Blood. What an awkward time to find that card just after you got rid of the fealty. 4 here. 4 is good. Might give 2 cards to this just to really insulate against an Ancestral Harmony, or just force Spencer into the... If you have Throw Dagger, you have Throw Dagger anyway. You're just going to draw a card. And then we're both going in blind. 19 plays 12 on the deck health. Damian's got a much smaller deck than I originally thought.
yeah, well, you think about it, the decks trade the exact same. The only difference is the on-hit banishes from Damian's cards, which would equate to about, roughly 7 cards banished. So
Hot
I
on their
think
heels.
this is gonna be close.
It's really coming down to the wire. Spencer Horton with 3 hands with which to win the game.
Yeah.
Damian Moss with just a little bit more. These are the kind of games that really put you in the tank.
He wouldn't be in the blender as much here if he had a D-react, so he's definitely just working with a bunch of 3 blocks right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to take the damage.
Take 1.
Okay.
Goes to 8. And this is the first time in a while we've had a real mask threat.
Yeah.
What do we find off the top?
Ooh.
Wow, what a hit.
Huge.
Makes the fealty. This will be Draconic. Gives it go again.
Oh my goodness.
Can't buy back the daggers though, right? You strike first Draconic.
No, he made it Draconic, so he would have 3 chain links to buy back his daggers. That's why he just said
strike
that's
first.
meant.
Yeah. Smart.
Oh, one of them was strike first.
Yeah.
That's not Draconic.
I'm sorry.
Maybe we missed something there.
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and just trust the players in round 10.
Yeah,
personally.
absolutely.
I'm sure they know how their deck works, and this has been a thrilling game to watch so far. Just want to thank everybody for tuning in for 2026 Australian Nats. It's always a pleasure to cast for these.
Yeah, and Damian's getting very
Oh.
low here. Ooh, big ancestral. Big ancestral.
I think that's another cut through in the hand.
Huge.
To enhance.
That's a massive ancestral. Keeps the chain alive without having to flick. Huge.
Yeah.
You see this blood spatter
Damian is in a.
vest.
Oh, he's got the D-react.
So, yes, you do
Wow.
lose value on this, but Damian has kind of identified that our hands are trading equally. If I let you have
Yep.
mask momentum, it might be curtains.
Yep.
Pitching a snatch for a dagger
Ooh.
into a snatch from hand.
Yeah.
We know that the
So-
D-react is left.
Yep. And then we still got to cut through.
But this is the problem,
With-
right? Like, so smart to pitch these cards to the daggers, just keeps them in the deck. That's another 8 damage that you're
Yep.
not losing.
Yeah. This is how you find a lot of the Cindra players beat the fatigue matchup. I know in the Jarl matchup, the end game is basically pitch to daggers, pitch to daggers, pitch to daggers, pitch to daggers until
Yep.
your opponent just dies.
Yeah, I know some Cinderalists also opted for Kodachis for a similar reason,
Yeah. Yeah.
or at least one
It's just-
Kodachi.
Yeah. One Kodachi, yeah. So it's so interesting. We like this is what I mean. Like Cindra can take hold of this matchup
Cindra. Yep. Gonna pass back.
extremely. We've seen Damian in control most of the game, and all it took was a like one mask trigger, and now he's on 3 life. So can
This
he
is
get
so
there?
intense.
This is going to be so close. 3 life with flick with daggers and flick still available is a scary place to be, though.
Forgive me for saying it, but this really is a great game in the flesh and blood. This happenstance fatigue scenario that both of these really high skill players find themselves in. Spencer with his more typical Cindra deck that he's just piloting to perfection to get over the line, and Damian Moss running the homebrew bootleg Arakni Huntsman.
Yeah.
It's the strongest deck of today versus the strongest deck of history.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd sit down in this matchup and see them almost going to time.
Mm.
You would
Opting
never think that.
not to use the ignite effect to swing the dagger, I find pretty interesting. Probably just means that I want to flick this at some point.
Or it means that he does not have the chain links to buy back his daggers, so he wants to keep one dagger going into next turn. That's really important for Cindra to always have one dagger. I think it's just that he wants to. Oh no, okay. But then if you're going to do this, then why not sequence it the other way around? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Wait,
And
that
then-
cost him nothing.
It's your.
Oh, do you know-
I think it's your next draconic card. Costs 1 less.
Okay, yeah, yep. Now he's very close to getting there now.
Yeah, and there's a throw dagger in the
3,
hand as well.
flick.
And he can pay
on
to grab
1.
it back. Yeah, he can just pay for the daggers come back. And a
sigil.
sigil.
Sigil is huge.
Sigil just pushes that life total further and further. So he can swing once here, I believe.
And Damian says, yep, I'm going to take 1.
Move to
And
end is good.
One more left.
is that Arsenal a D-react, or have we seen them all, Xander? Have you kept count?
I've not kept
I
count. I
No.
disappeared briefly to fix my internet.
Yeah. This dagger is really annoying for Damian here.
Yep, take
Oh,
one.
he takes 1.
Does he have the
is just dead?
prevention? 4. That's a break point. The flick will
I
get
think
over the
he's dead.
line.
What did he?
He can pitch
I think
with
he's
the
going to wait till
red
the last moment. Yeah.
to grab back the dagger, swing. Well, flick, grab back dagger, swing. Flick.
Another one.
It's a sigil.
He's got it.
It's
He's
a
got
sigil
it.
of solace.
No way.
Lisan Al Gaib.
No way.
I will not.
Oh, that was perfect.
That's 2
I
sigils in
was
the
think-
one hand.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough gas in Spencer's deck to get there now. It's 3 D reacts. No, it's 2
The
D reacts, a
problem
snatch, and a
is-
throw dagger.
He just keeps throwing these daggers though.
Yep. And then
Oh,
flick
but-
one.
But then the next turn he won't be able to get them back.
It depends if there's enough in the hand of Damian Moss.
I'm gonna fuck that up.
I think Damian, how many cards does he have? I think he needs to. Yeah,
He's
he's
only
got
got 4
three,
cards.
3, 4. So he probably needs to block here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's still, it could go any way here.
yeah, it could.
Both players thinking through their turns so carefully.
I'll flick.
Spin around.
Flick takes 1 to 2, giving whole cards.
Too much about this matchup. You've been using your dagger.
You told me well, Demos.
Yeah, I did.
2 cards in here.
Needs to find a way to get this dagger out.
Fucking use your daggers 800 million times a game.
Yeah.
So-
What is the other card? Is that a throw
Snatch.
dagger and a cut through?
It's snatch. So you
Snatch.
can send the snatch, throw dagger. But that's the last sigil. Spencer must be thinking
And-
right now, what could he possibly have to blow out this turn?
But we need to remember. So Spencer can't buy back daggers here. Or no, he can with the blue in hand, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can. Yeah.
Block 6, throw dagger, or buy back.
Gets
He's
one
buying
back.
it back. Keeps the cards in the deck.
Oh my god, these 3 cards in deck versus 1 or 2.
3 versus
3 versus 3.
1 damage.
And
He calls it GG.
says good
Barely
game.
makes
Oh
it at the line.
my
You actually fucking told me well.
goodness, what a game!
Those Cindras aren't gonna beat me like that.
Nah.
Says most Cindras aren't going to beat me like that, and that could not be more
Wow.
true. My hand's all messed
Ex-
up.
Expertly played from boosting Spendog there. Knew exactly what Damian was trying to do, probably from the start of the game almost, and honestly, just played it very, very well.
It takes a lot of situational awareness to look at a Slippy and go, oh, this is what it's doing. You know, this is not
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah.
I need to adapt my game
Yeah.
plan around it. And then right at the end, just consistently using those cards to swing a dagger here, swing a dagger there. It
Yeah.
really all adds up. And even through 2 sigils at the penultimate moment, he makes it work.
Still,
Really, really
Yeah.
well played. And I just have to congratulate Damian Moss on an incredible run with one of the most
Yep.
creative Slippy builds I think I've ever seen. I don't know if we're going to see a Slippy list like that at any other nationals, only in Australia.
yeah, only an Aussie would cook up that list.
Yeah.
Um,
It's just awesome. It's just really, really cool. That's what Flesh and Blood is all about, you know, cooking together your own
That's it.
build, getting super familiar with it, and then bringing it to the highest level
Yep.
of competition. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We will have top 8 very, very shortly, along with a full breakdown of where the standings lie. It's been awesome to commentate for this. I appreciate everyone's time in listening to Jai and I gas bag about a game that we love very much. Anything to say, Jai, before we cut the top 8?
no, it's been a awesome showcase by these Australian players. Some really high skill level decision making. You saw it in that game just there. We've seen all our players knowing their positions in the matchup and how you have to play differently and under different circumstances. And it's just really great to see. Yeah, fantastic games in the Flesh and Blood. Can't wait for top 8.
See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the top 8 of the Australian National Championships for 2026. Our players have fought through 10 rounds of Classic Constructed and Omens Draft to finally make it to the final day and the final section. My name is Matt Brown. We're bringing you the action with Mr. Jai Jenkins. Jai, we've seen some incredible flesh and blood over the past few days. Tell me, how excited are you for the top 8?
Matt, I'm extremely excited. We've seen lots of high-level play, especially today. Players knowing their decks, knowing their matchups, showing their reps on their decks. It's going to be an insane top 8. We're going to see some great flesh and blood.
That we are, and I do believe we actually have a graphic to see who has actually made it through to the top 8. And I'll tell you right now, it's not what we expected. Having a bit of a look, first of all, in first seed, Soens is the only 10-0 player. I'm going to tell you this right now. There is one 10-0, and everyone else went 8-2. Ty being the only Victor Goldmane. There is a chance that Victor leaves us by the end of this stream. Lewis Shum and Sam Sutherland alongside Jackson Casanova playing Dash.io. Arakni Marionette being presented by Matthew Clark. We've seen that one before. And then Fire and Katsu. Jai, the return of the ninjas and the mechs.
The return of the ninjas and the mechs. And I think amongst us, we had a bit of a consensus that we would see a Victor. And I think someone actually picked a couple of Dash.io. So that was a very good pick for whoever chose that. I think maybe Alex did. But yes, we have some Dash.io aficionados, some players that really understand the decks. And it's going to be a fantastic top 8. I didn't expect to see this much Dio, Matt.
Look, Dio is one of those decks. I think that there is just so much, like when the deck runs hot, it can literally be anything. Of course, Sam Sutherland sitting in third seed, a man we've seen play that deck to absolute perfection many times. But it's so interesting to see a Katsu making into these top cuts as well. A couple of other notes as well, just outside of our top 8, we've seen Kasai, more Cindra, and then we finally see those gravies that were popping up. You know, 3 of them making the top 15. Quan Lee hanging at 15th as well. Hayden Dale at 10th on Cindra. But, and of course, Jake McCormack on Kasai. You know, we've seen him win a calling, he won a Battlegrounds, and just not managing to slip into that top 8. But it's just been this thing where these players, they kind of made the meta read that Gravy was going to be super high up, and we saw in our meta game that Gravy was the #1 most represented deck, and these just aggressive balls to the wall decks have really started to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. But I just want to point out that if I'm Ty and I'm sitting there as Victor and I'm looking at all these aggro decks, I am pretty happy with what I see.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. Now, just to jump into it as well, our first actual match of top 8 is going to be it's going to be a quick one. So strap in, folks. It's going to be Lewis Shum, I believe, going up against Cody Gerbert, Cindra versus Dash.io. And this is a matchup where both players like to do one thing, and that's declare no blocks.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's going to be very, very quick, and I think it's interesting because Dio still likes to go first. You would think they both want to go second, but Dio loves going first. So it's going to be hard to see who gets the better start here. We'll probably find out until about halfway through the game, but it's going to be a very interesting matchup.
It's one of these things as well where you're going to see this game in terms of turns is not going to take a huge amount, but the actual time itself to go through those turns is very complicated. Now, these decks really both like to just set up and make sure that every single thing is perfect. And it is interesting because, yeah, you'll see a lot of game actions being taken and you'll see a lot of consideration, but you have to remember top 8, our rounds are untimed. Players still have to play at a reasonable pace, but you are going to see them just take a moment of reprieve during the game.
Yeah, very important to take your time, especially in this setting. So much on the line. They've played all weekend to get to this point. They want to make sure they take their time and get their lines right.
We'll take a little bit of a look as well. We're seeing some pretty common names in the top 8 here. Sam Sutherland, Matthew Clark, Andy Pham, you know, all people that we've seen many a times, but as well, just so many players that are coming through. Jackson Casanova, one of our locals as well, making it all the way through, is absolutely ecstatic. I know we saw him on stream fighting through beating a Zyggy. I know his last round was also fighting into a Jarl, which is an incredibly difficult matchup. So these players have all come prepared for pretty much everything.
Yeah, so he has spoken to me at length about his fatigue matchups and how he's prepared for them. That's just another example of how players who get to this point have all prepared. They've done the reps on their decks. They know all the lines inside and out. They are ready, and that's why they're here.
That is right. And we can cut into round number 1 of our top 8, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be an absolute doozy. As we said before, Dash.io going up against, I guess, the deck that we didn't expect to be the most represented, but maybe the players at home did, Cindra. Players are currently looking at deck lists, and we'll have a bit of a cut in right now because it is important to note the top 8 is open deck list. These players are allowed to look. They are allowed to know what is there and see anything potentially spicy.
Yeah, that's right. I'm wondering what, this being an aggro race, I'm wondering what the specific benefits in terms of this matchup are. I know if you were, let's say, playing as you're trying to fatigue the Dio, this would be some very good information. But these guys are just planning to race each other. So I'm guessing Cody's probably just seeing, is Lewis playing max V? How many? Obviously, you know how many boom grenades Dio is going to be playing, and I don't think he's going to be doing a too lot of blocking. So, what do you think, Matt, in terms of what he's looking out for?
I think the most important thing to note when you are, particularly on the Dash side, is knowing how many defense reactions are in the list. Because it is important to know when you look at a deck list, you don't see, oh, this is my sideboard, this is my regular board. It is just, this is my Hayden. And so knowing for a fact that your opponent might be, we've seen some Cindra lists run 0 defense reactions. We've seen some run as little, like as many as like the full 9. I think 7's probably like where it is, like where we're most consistently. And also just kind of knowing, is there a chance that they can pivot if things start going poorly? Generally speaking, you know, the decks on these Draconic Ninjas don't block the best, but you know, with some of the changes to how they've been building their decks, maybe. But I think defense reactions on both ends of the spectrum, or at least if you're on the Dash.io side, is definitely important. And then again, as you were saying, maximum velocity alongside just how many items that they might actually be.
Yeah, I think I've only seen it maybe one time where I've seen a Draconic Ninja fatigue a dash, or a Cindra fatigue a dash. I was very surprised that it was actually possible, but just knowing that it could lead to a very interesting game. It could pivot on a dime.
Yeah, in general, I think if you're playing a ninja and you're attempting to fatigue your opponent, something has gone a little bit wrong. But we will see players taking a bit of a moment. You see as well on the side of Cody Gerbert really analyzing this deck list. It's important to know, I don't believe you're allowed to look at your opponent's deck list mid-game. You kind of get it at the very start, then you hand the paper back to the judges, and that's it. So you're not allowed to look. So he's trying to memorize how many of this does he have? We've seen some lists as well that aren't on max V run some really interesting, not only item options, but things like fender benders, knowing the mech attacks that essentially just say you can't block with your equipment. There's a couple of them, outpace being, I guess, the most common one. How many of those? So you know, oh, do I have to spend my equipment now, and that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think, coming from Cody's side, that's probably the most important thing he needs to know. What breakpoints do I need to block with my equipment? Because I only get, as Cindra, you only get to block one breakpoint and actually keep a piece of armor, right? You only have those boots that can block one and stay around. The other blocks, they require you giving up your mask, your flick knives, or your blood splattered vest, which is a huge deal.
Sometimes they actually run the flame scale furnace as well for these aggro matchups where they just want more blocking value. You know, blood splattered vest, you get a lot of value off of the fact of you're gaining the resource essentially whenever. But you know, sometimes flame scale furnace, if you just need to block, I wouldn't be surprised if it is just blood splattered vest and it's kind of go time, because it's so weird, right? With mech is that there are no actual on hits with like a couple of very big exceptions until there's an item on the battlefield, and then suddenly everything has an on hit. So I don't know.
Yeah.
This matchup, again, you're going to see life totals changing very rapidly.
Oh, yeah. Especially because the Dio doesn't really have a lot of blocking potential outside of using the fridge. So you'd think that the Mask of Momentum will be really easy to trigger for Cody.
I think it's one of those things as well, though, where Dash.io, we've seen it do some pretty crazy things, but I also think it actually kind of converts decently well blocking. You can kind of just block with some stuff, set up again, and like you were saying before, how important it is for for Lewis to go first. And taking a bit of a look, he is the higher seed as well, meaning that he does get to decide first or second, which is really important because it means he can go, cool, get a bunch of counters on my gun, deploy a bunch of items, pass, and then kind of take whatever damage Cindra wants to throw back. Yes, I might give you a card and I might give you 4 more damage, but then I'm just going to blast you with a whole bunch of items and a bunch of boom grenades.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think this might be a controversial statement. I think it's a go first format right now. I think a lot of decks want to be just going first right now, and there's just a good reason to always be going first. I mean, even I've seen it like in regards to fire and aggro deck. I don't think he minds going first either because he can set up things like epots. He can arsenal his out of the Phoenix War and set up for a big turn. I don't know. What do you think about that, Matt?
I tend to agree. I think like in general, like through card games, like just in general, going first is incredibly powerful. And you kind of need a reason to go second. But there's so much like there are a lot of like of these tempo decks that do like going second, but setting up is never a bad thing. And yeah, as we see, the equipment has been revealed, and we are seeing Flamescale Furnace for the side of Cody Gerbert knows that he actually instead is just going to really just defend with his equipment and hope for the best. Importantly to note as well, he is bringing the Boots of Omen's Ward instead of the Dragon Scale Fight Pass, which is interesting.
Yeah, that tells us he might be looking to take a more defensive stance and block these breakpoints that can offer a boom grenade blowing up. Interesting to see no flight path. So yeah, it kind of speaks to Cody's mindset going into the matchup. On the other side, we see the usual Dio absolute fridge. Why they have access to that big block chunk of armor, I'm not sure, but good on him for using it.
And it's one of these things with the Omen's Ward, even though, there's a big line of text on it that talks about arcane damage, but just being able to block with it and then prevent something later on in the turn or prevent something on that chain link is super important. It is important to note as well that even when like a deck, if you're playing with these cards and you block with them and then they go to close the chain, you can, in response to them closing the chain, activate the prevention, and it just kind of floats there for the rest of the turn. So it is still 2 value regardless, unless they close the chain and then just pass on you. But if that's the case, you're probably feeling okay.
Yeah, the boots just getting 1 value, and then you can pop them. I mean, a relevant attack is, I think it's called Teklo Trebuchet 2000, the one power blue that comes in and pumps the next one. That's a really good breakpoint to block when you've got a boom grenade on the field. Also, if worse comes to worse, the boom grenade blows up, you can prevent one of the boom grenade damage, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. But we are seeing the players shuffling up and getting ready to jump into this quarterfinal match of the Australian 2026 National Championships. Important to note as well that you are going to see Dash.io very aggressively boosting away its deck. It's not going to be concerned about getting fatigued out by a ninja. And in the same vein, Cody is just going to be throwing things at a wall and seeing what sticks. Damage is going to be flying around in general, but it is important to not get used to seeing Dash.io on your screen here for our top 8, as we actually have 3 of them sitting in our top 8 as well. Players shuffling up and finally getting ready to jump into this game.
Yeah, Dio is one of those interesting decks. Haven't seen it around on top tables too much lately in other tournaments, but we obviously have a couple of Dio, professionals in our top 8. And if you're good at this deck, it is very, very strong.
Taking a bit of a look at the opening hands here, it's a little hard to make out, but Lewis hasn't found the all-important quad item hand. He has a double item here, so a boom grenade as well as a backup protocol. Generally speaking, not the greatest when it comes to an opening hand. And it's really interesting because you actually often want to find these on top, and it looks like actually... Oh, okay. Yeah, Cody was about to line up an attack, but I do. Yeah, Lewis has gone, hey, actually, I said I would go first, and that is to be expected. Just taking a moment of consideration here for Lewis now. Just what do you actually play out? Do you want to crank out this boom grenade? Because those boom grenades is really how you push the damage and flip the tides in your favor.
I think he's considering if he wants to filter a card, because like you said, yeah, and he is going to filter out this 0 to 60 here. Probably filter this out, set up an item, and just pass the turn away.
there was a bit of hesitation because the heist was on the top of the deck too, and that card is super important when it comes to just sort of cheating out things like Teklo Pounders. I'd be curious. I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually no Teklo Pounder in this matchup. You know, you don't need to find the extra damage to get over the top, and
No.
it is a bit of a liability because there's no way of cranking it. But yeah, it's just going to set up both of the items. Actually, decides to crank the backup protocol and then just leave the boom grenade there. And it is important to know that if this hand had actually been just like a whole bunch of blue cards and one red, he could like block with the red and buy it back to get value off of it. But regardless, there's still 2 counters on the gun, and coming off for the side of our ninja is going to be just a really great way of starting its ignite.
Yeah, Ignite, just an amazing glue piece for these Draconic Ninjas. Just, you know, just this bread and butter, free dagger after it, extending the chain, making your Mask of Momentum that much likely to trigger.
This is something that you're going to see pretty frequently in this matchup. Lewis just declaring no blocks. And at this point, this next attack is threatening Mask regardless. The flick knives you have to remember as well as always looming. Pain on the backside also threatens another flick of the dagger. And this one here might be blocked out by Lewis, but I also wouldn't be surprised if Lewis just says, yeah, my hand is really good. We see Spark of Genius looming in the backside as well. And that can really enable some of these giant turns for Dash.io. Damage has come across, and you see the mask being motioned towards as well, and a card will be drawn.
Yeah, I think Lewis in this position just saying, I'm going to lose value blocking here because you're going to dodge me with your flick knives. So I'm just going to have a really good offensive turn and counter your mask draw.
Couldn't catch what the card drawn up was, but I mean, this looks like a pretty great turn for the side of Cody, particularly because he only got to filter a singular card. But Burning Blade Dance being the next attack, where when this hits a hero, you can have a target dagger essentially flicked at them. So a second way of flicking a dagger here. The mark will come. No, sorry. Is that Burning Blade Dance? No. It's the mark.
Hot in their heels.
They all look the same. That one's Burning Blade Dance.
That's
I saw one in your hand.
Dance.
Look at those cards and tell me they don't look similar. And now we're seeing the potential flick. And the life total just plummeting for Lewis. You have to remember, though, Lewis has a lot of offensive output and the fact as well that there's still a fridge coming in later. Cody closes the chain and opts to... Oh! Absolutely devastating. The end of the chain link isn't another attack. Instead, it's Warmonger's Diplomacy. And this might change a lot of things, but luckily for the side of Lewis, does actually have plenty of physical attacks to come through.
Yeah, he does, Matt. But we see the Spark of Genius in hand. That's huge, not being able to play that Spark of Genius this turn. That card is just so valuable.
Best feeling in the game has come through those. One of your items goes away, but the soup up ready to be attacked in with. So 4 go again and doesn't even need to boost. That's why this card is so good. Also pretty incredible on the defensive side. And we see, an attack did hit after the mark happened. So a fealty and no mark available. This is 4 go again into another 4, remembering threatening that yellow boom grenade every single time.
Now, I wonder if Cody has a defense reaction here. I'm sure this is a matchup you definitely board in the D-reacts because stopping these boom grenades is so important. But he's having a long think here, so he's wondering if his turn puts out enough damage to warrant saying no blocks here.
An interesting card choice for the side of Cody Gerbert as well. Something we don't always see from these Draconic Ninjas, but Enlightened Strike sitting in hand. So maybe he's actually presented a deck where instead of it just needing to only have that one game plan of just attack with my entire grip every turn, has the opportunity to actually block and play a little bit more of an efficient game on a turn where he needs to block.
Yeah, it's very important into decks like Arakni Marionette. Having good block potential can dramatically change the course of that matchup.
Cody's just trying to math out what the Dash.io turn could be, and it is a very challenging thing to do. Luckily, knows for a fact that there's no sneakiness off the top of the deck this time, just due to the Warmonger's Diplomacy still looming. War was cast, but War was declared by both players, and no blocks in this instance. So the first 4 plus the boom grenade, and the second 4 to follow it up. Pocket soup ups coming across here. And no blocks declared.
5 go again.
And having to pitch the Spark of Genius here.
Spark will be pitched, but a red zipper hit these life totals just absolutely ping-ponging back and forward. Now, Cody doesn't have an arsenal, which is important for the side of Lewis to know, but you also have to consider that last time Lewis did just let the mask trigger resolve, so kind of like playing with a 5-card hand. And Lewis, despite being under Warmongers and not being able to have the giant turn he would have liked, instead is still able to just put the life totals back, so he's only a life down. You have to remember that Dash IO starts lower. Just taking a moment of consideration here.
You would have known the card.
I think he just knocked a card off the top of the deck and is just checking that it's everything's all above board.
Oh,
You didn't boost any of that times, did you?
yeah, I'm not 100. Oh, he must have forgotten to boost, I believe. So yeah, so didn't boost off the zipper here. He declared it, but didn't actually boost the card. So putting the top card into the bin, which is that red boom grenade. Would have loved to have seen that. And draws up another hand here. Finds a third boom grenade. Is that a max velocity behind it? I can't tell.
I think you may be right, Matt. It looked like that. Important to note, like really good sportsmanship shown by Lewis here. You would love to have that beam grenade on top, but he's saying, no, I didn't boost. I'm going to pop that one in the graveyard.
Another pass back to Cody here. Has, as we said before, the 4 cards in hand ready to go. And Light and Strike being one of them is certainly interesting. We'll see how that ends up being. Might be just a nice chain ender. So you go opener, middle card, E-strike, and then draw a card to have an arsenal as well. That 2 points of damage is often replaced by whatever you draw off the top.
Yeah, E-strike, just such a modal card. Fits into a lot of different decks because it just fills a lot of roles and glues a deck together.
Cody, now taking a moment just to consider what the line looks like. Might have thought he needed to actually declare a singular block card on that previous turn. We saw him tanking on the first soup up. Now just sort of considering, how do I navigate? How do I find the amount of damage that I know I need to push through? Because at some point, Lewis is going to have the turn. He's going to have the turn where we've seen it many, many times before, where he gets out 2 Cerebellum processors and a Teklo core and just starts going to town. So needs to sort of put the life total where he's forcing blocks out of Lewis prior to that setup having occurred. And, Lewis, a little unlucky on turn 0, wasn't able to actually get the big setup that you would expect.
Yeah, another thing important to note is Lewis has not touched his fridge of armor at all. So the life totals maybe not completely accurately representing the state of the game right now.
Just a moment still. Players just thinking. Particularly, he's going to opt to pitch the Enlightened Strike instead, and just the first dagger going to be sent across, and that point of life will easily just be taken. So wants to keep the E-strike in the deck for whatever reason. He's going to activate the fealty now and look to send something else draconic so he can buy back the daggers later. I mean, we talked about Blood Spattered Vest versus the Flamescale Furnace here. Might have been able to find a way of flicking to gain the resource so he didn't have to pitch. But this is probably why I didn't actually have a dedicated, clean starter. So as a result, now needed the first Draconic Chain Link. But even so, 3 Go Again is being presented now. And Lewis is actually looking to line a block up. And yeah, we'll line up this first block.
Interestingly, Lewis looking to line up a block early. Maybe he doesn't like the way his hand looks.
We were sort of talking about it before, Jai, where the deck doesn't mind blocking a little bit and taking a little bit of setup because he has no items right now. And so just instead wants to deny as much damage as possible. 4 Go Again coming across this time. It's potentially, I think it's Display Loyalty. What is it? Oh, it might be. Yeah, it's either Display or Lava Vein.
Yeah,
it's a red draconic card that has the word loyalty in it. It's one of them. The fridge being presented in front this time. A golden cog will be created. Often used for fishing with soup ups. Because it is an item, does actually tick the gun up as well.
Cindra. Okay.
into activation as well. You have to remember that even though it wasn't physically on the combat chain, that dagger did represent chain link 1. So enough draconic links just to be able to buy it back for free. And it really is the engine of this Cindra deck and why Flick Knives went from a card that people weren't really running too much to one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in the game.
And Cody just deciding to pass there. He was thinking on deploying something at the end of the turn.
Start of my turn called Kano.
Trying to think about what that would be.
Taking a little bit of a look here as well. There's a 0 to 60 in hand, and it is going to be starting off that all-important 1 damage. Probably one of the better cards that we've seen for the Met class. Teklo Trebuchet 2000, giving the next attack +2 if it's boosted, which makes some of these really powerful. You know, people run Teklo Pounders. This is kind of like a Teklo Pounder that also has attack on it.
Yeah, this card can be really annoying when boom grenades are on the field. We might see Cody look to his Boots of Omnis Ward here. Obviously, there is no boom grenade on the field, but you never know with Dio.
The boots could certainly be deployed. I feel like you probably want to save them alongside the Flamescale Furnace for when you have significantly more than lethal in hand and you can kind of just present the fridge and go, cool, I'm killing you. You have to start blocking from this point. Single point of damage as Cody now takes a little bit of time and yeah, just opts to take the damage. 0 to 60 boosting away here. It's going to be 6 damage instead. It's a 0 for 4, but the little +2, just again, a 0 for 6 with go again sounds pretty good to me.
Cody doing a little look towards the sky there, maybe in the blender a little bit here. I'm not sure about what to do. Let's see how he plays this one out.
6.
Yeah, no blocks being declared once again, and Lewis still has a boom grenade in hand, so may actually opt to, because, you know, there's been several attacks at this point that have come through, he's probably just going to look to pitch it away to activate Teklo Foundry Heart. Oh, and it is the Pounders are in. Both Pounder and a Teklo Core have been removed from the deck at this point. 3 resources floating now, and it is going to be just a red throttle coming across. 3 key items alongside that BIOS update being just banished away, not to be retrieved again. 6 more damage. 19 plays 11. And yeah, Cody just going, cool. You were the first person to use your equipment, and then a gun to come across at the end as well. So 7 life is what's left for the side of Cody Gerbert, but is set up now. Or is it actually going to instead just, yeah, deploy out the Flamescale Furnace? So 19 plays 9. Now it's important to note here, though, is that we have the classic adaptive plating available alongside the Golden Cog to galvanize away.
Yep, he's got a bit of defensive, a big defensive chunk just sitting there on the board, waiting to be galvanized. And yeah, Cody Gerbert just points to it.
Rising Resentment, the first play here. The classic Draconic Head Jab, a card we've seen from all the way back to when Draconic was first sort of present. 3 damage coming across. And again, it's just the game of who can declare the last point of damage first. And it's one of those things where Cody's damage is a little bit more face up, but very, very consistent just across the turns. Hot on their heels now. On hit mark being present alongside the 3 go again.
Now, a mass trigger here could be huge for Cody. I think he needs to.
And saving the Blaze Headlong there present as well, just to make sure that, yeah, I want to give you a break point. I want to make it so you're forced to use that Galvanize alongside the last piece of chest equipment. And we actually also see, really importantly on the side of Lewis, that Crown of Providence is there. One of the most powerful headpieces that in Flesh and Blood, but even especially in a deck like Dash.io, where you can know the card you're going to draw into. A moment now. This here, as you said before, Jai, is threatening the Mask of Momentum trigger. So it is probably one of the things you do need to look to defend, but it's always scary versus these Cindra decks where they can just present 2 back-to-back Mask triggers just with Flick Knives available.
Yeah, Lewis has a problem to solve here. He knows if he puts some block in front of this Blaze Headlong, the Cindra's going to dodge it with a Flick Knives. So he needs to think, if I block here and they flick, can I stop the Mask trigger again?
I think it's less a case of can I stop it, but there's 2 cards left, plus the card potentially drawn off the top, plus the flick. even if even if we eventually draw the card, is it fine for me to make them let them draw the card in these instances? Because the damage isn't actually going to present my life totem. We'll see here now. Cody extends the chain just with the flick knives, which does remove the mark because it is hitting. It has 2 fealty available here, but yeah, galvanizing the cog away to make sure that it's actually for 4, and then coming in once again out of the arsenal this time. Yeah, just having a quick read of the card as well because of the chain link. This is another breakpoint. Yeah, Mask of Perdition. So it is actually opting to just crown away that item. Just knows he needs just damage and damage and damage. So no mask being threatened anymore. A singular card in hand and it is just actually going to scoop him up and keep a card in arsenal. Knows. No, it's another Warmongers instead.
Another Warmongers.
Both the Warmongers have been found. I don't know how many are running Cody's deck, but Lewis must breathe a huge sigh of relief as he actually crowned away the Cerebellum Processor that was in the hand.
Yeah, maybe a bit of foresight there from Lewis, or maybe just pure luck. But he also drew into a throttle, which when he calls war is going to make this turn very strong.
Placing it. Just take a moment now. 12 plays 9. The life total is plummeting ever quickly. Again, not many actual turns have actually gone through. And just starting us off, going to pitch away because it was a blue throttle. Has to reach over and read the card. Fender Bender. Hey, you want to put that equipment in front of it? Oh, it's a Medex, sorry.
That's Medex.
Yeah, and inside the hand, it does actually get around Warmongers as well. So this does, because you're not playing the card. Now, we know for a fact that Lewis doesn't have the item, but if it's something along the lines of, I don't know, backup protocol, suddenly you're converting whatever card is hand into probably another throttle, a 0 for 60. And yeah, you see Cody going through the graveyard at this point, figuring out what blows me out if this actually does hit.
And at this stage, can he afford to block it?
Has a Fate Foreseen in hand. So Cody can cleanly block this one out, but is just trying to think of what's the secondary attack, because in these sorts of matchups, it's not about if you like what you want to block, it's when you want to block. And yes, this does threaten technically another card if an item is played from the hand. They have to have it. You kind of make it, and yeah, just Fate Foreseening, just putting a card, takes the opt here, cleanly blocks this one out. And if you're on the side of Lewis, that does feel pretty good, particularly because another attack is coming through. Outpace here. That equipment suite that we see along Cody Gerbert's side cannot be used. And this is one of the cards that we actually see really do a lot of work in these dash decks. 1 life available after the gun comes across, and 3 cards for the hand of Cody. There is no blocking equipment left on the side of Lewis, and Cody still actually has access to a lot of fridge.
Yeah, this game's going to go right down to the wire, and it looks like we're going to see the Ignite into Dagger, probably bread and butter. And you're right, Matt. Cody has a lot of fridge still to work with, so this game is far from over.
It is actually 3 life. Sorry, the players kind of shortcutted the damage, knew the pistol was coming afterwards as well. So 11, it plays 3. So still a little bit of life to work with. And as you were saying, Jai, the Dagger coming across, discounted by the Ignite. And Lewis now in the tank thinking, where do I actually present my blocks? Now, it's really interesting when you look at this situation, right? And this is a situation that comes up with particularly Cindra, which is that if, for whatever reason, Lewis blocks this Dagger, and Cody wants to continue the chain, he has to flick the Dagger that's not actually in play, which means that the next one is easier to block because it is just 1 life, because you're blocking 1. If you had a piece of equipment, you throw it in front, and it is a lot harder for them to Cody to go double back-to-back 4s to threaten the card draw. But no, Lewis knows, I cannot afford to give a card up here, and instead is opting to take the Mask of Momentum being threatened, and there's still a card in hand.
Yep, still a card in hand. This Fire Strike does come in for 3. So and most mech cards block for 3 as well. So he might be able to cleanly block this. However, the Flick Knives, like you said, is still available, and there's still a card in hand, and it's going to be getting +1 from the Fire Strike if it's Draconic.
As well, kind of a Teklo Trebuchet at home, just making those breakpoints even harder to deal with, and has 2 fealties as well. So whatever this next attack may be is guaranteed to be draconic anyway. And now Lewis has to consider what happens if I just say no blocks. What if he just goes 3 into 3 into 3? Well, a card has to be done because there is still a Flick Knives available. But what if he bricks? What if he draws like the worst possible thing in his deck, which is, you know, he could actually draw one of those one for 5s instead, if there even are any in there. So it is curious. And this is one of those situations where you have to decide, am I playing to not lose or am I playing to win? And the way that he wins in his mind might be just no blocks. But no, he's just going to lay down the red throttle.
Well, what I was going to say, what if the attack in hand is just a chain ender, and then he knows the Mask of Momentum trigger doesn't matter, and he can just blast Cody. So we see a flick.
It's not a mask.
No,
it is not a chain
you're right.
ender, though. It is a 0 for 3.
It is
And
an
now
extender.
you take the risk.
Yeah, this is
The
difficult.
only card that kills you if he draws it is Lava Burst, because he can't generate any resources. It is a 0 for 5.
No blocks.
Everything else will not kill you.
Yep. Yep.
So you have to sort of sit there and consider, do I take the risk? The risk
Yep.
has been taken. A card being drawn. What does he find? A card.
Oh, it's a 0 for 4.
It is a 0 for 4.
It demands a card, Matt.
Life totals maybe not as updated as I thought they were. 0 for 4 was found off the top. Cody knew that was there, had actually fate foreseen it to the top. So maybe a little bit of lost information for the side of Lewis. And now Lewis knows for a fact he has to give a card. But there's one thing is that there's so much equipment left on the side of Cody. If he gives just a singular card, Cody can just actually afford to block with Mask of Momentum. On hit death is better than on hit draw a card.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Lewis is just probably thinking inside, why on earth did it have to be 4? Why couldn't it be 3? He's 1 point off of being able to keep a 3-card hand and really put Cody to the sword.
Now, we talked a little bit about how sometimes these aggro matchups do actually feel like they're slower than the fatigue ones. That's because every single point of value is so important. Yellow zipper hit, 3 plays 3 here. Now, the dagger's purchased once again by Cody Gerbert. No arsenal for either player right now. Draws up the hand. Actually does find a couple of interesting cards here for the side of Cody. A boom grenade being played, and then coming through. It's not the break point, though.
Oh, no.
Sorry, no, we have cranked. We've cranked the boom grenade, so 4 damage is coming across here. But
wrong.
if he wants, he can just present this plus a piece of equipment. No, but there's the sink below in hand as well. You see Lewis reel back in his seat. The perfect answer for the side of Cody Gerbert. Lets him filter the hand out as well. A point of damage. 2's going to come across, but this is not going to be enough to do it. We'll put Cody to 1. The boom grenade just not there in time. And Cody has 3 cards in hand, was able to filter. And what does he find? Is he going to be able to do it? Mask of Momentum is actually going to be placed in front of the gun as well. Again, we talked about it. There's something better than on hit, draw a card. And that's on hit, make your way through to the semis.
Yeah, that's right. And now if you're in Lewis's seat, you are terrified because Cindra coming at you when you're on 3 health and she can flick a bunch of daggers at you. It doesn't look good, Matt.
Saw Cody's hand was a little bit awkward at the start. Drew 2 non-draconic cards alongside this Oath of Loyalty, but the sink below able to filter one of them away. 4 damage coming across. Hyper Scrapper, a card that we see sometimes, but not always, is going to be placed here on blocks. And yep, using the fealties. That's why we do it. The Flick Dagger.
Oh,
In the sense, using the
That's
card
huge,
throw
yeah.
dagger here to also draw a card. 1 life, and Lewis understands now there is a Flick Knives looming in the background. There's one thing better, and it was using this is why fealty is so important in these lists. E-strike for 7. The hand is placed
Got
onto
it.
the battlefield, but one of the cards does not block. And Cody Gerbert, a sigh of relief as he is able to progress his way through. Cindra, a real showing here at the Australian Nationals for 2026. Just an incredible masterclass of just patience and finding the ways of bringing these cards together. Jai, what an incredible display from both of these players.
Yeah, fantastic game. Both players knew their position in the matchup. You have to take risks. You have to try and race. And in the end, the Cindra was just a bit more efficient and got there.
Yeah.
But yeah, great display from these two.
Both players. And, we've seen this is sort of one of those things with Dash.io, which is the fact we've seen it where on turn 3, it is over because they've managed to find a whole bunch of items. There were so many of those key items we saw no techno claws being deployed, which is kind of like the glue that holds these decks together. It is the card that sort of allows them to play those big 5-card hands without having to pitch. We also, again, we saw like a lot of instances where one of the most important cards as well, Spark of Genius, was under Warmongers. 2 Warmongers being deployed
Yep.
throughout that game just really shut down that giant offensive Dio pressure.
Yeah, Warmonger is one of those cards where it's never truly gone, and these Draconic Ninjas can just fit it into their blue base so easily, and it's just another option for them to, play it out, cost 0, don't have to pitch for it, and it can just sometimes stifle an opposing hero's whole turn. Not to that complete effect in this game, but shutting down a Spark of Genius is huge.
Yeah. Also, we saw many instances where, the top card might have been an item and that he ended on 3 life. One more boom grenade connects, and that's a completely different game. But that was the first round of our top 8. I'm getting a little bit of note here as well. On the back end, Jackson Casanova, also on Dash.io, was felled by Arakni Marionette. So despite the fact we're seeing 3 of these Dash.ios, 2 of them have fell in the quarterfinals. It's going to be interesting to see if Sam Sutherland can bring it through. But that was round number 1, ladies and gentlemen, of our top 8. Do not go anywhere. We're going to cut to a short break and then be back for the semifinals of the Australian National Championships for 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I have news from the Australian National Championships 2026 here, live from Melbourne. Victor will not be LLing out of Australia. That is right. Victor did not make it through round number 1. It lost to one of the 2 players that we're about to have up on stream, Matt Bramwood, joined once again by Jai Jenkins. Jai, Victor still could be around unless it's won somewhere else and I don't know about it. But it will not be here today that Victor is being put into the Living Legend leaderboard.
Yeah, the season of depression continues, Matt. It's okay. We can live with him for a bit longer. Let our mates have some fun. It's all right. But interestingly, now we get to see a final 4 of all aggro decks, which is going to be very interesting.
Super interesting. Let's actually take a quick look at our bracket here so you guys can see how the top 8 has been going along. We've had it up on stream a little bit, but taking a bit of a look, you will see in the top side of our bracket, Matthew Clark on Arakni Marionette, a name we've seen many times before, going up against Taufik on Fire Rising Rebellion. And then the bottom side, Katsu versus Cindra being Pham versus Cody Gerbert. And if you'd ask me, what is the most represented class in our top 8, or in our top 4 even, and I said ninja, you would have laughed at me. But not only do we have 3 of them being ninjas, there are 3 different ninjas, Jai.
Yeah, 3 different ninjas. I would say 3 different sorts of play styles. I mean, Fire, traditionally, he loves setting up massive turns. Katsu loves comboing you out, and Cindra is just consistent damage. So 3 different flavors. We're going to see some fireworks, I think, in these final couple games.
Yeah, we are. And strap in, ladies and gentlemen, because these games are going to go hard and fast. Matthew Clark on Arakni Marionette, a deck that we've seen kind of ebb and flow in and out of the metagame, but showing it is still incredibly powerful. And that's the match we're about to jump right into, ladies and gentlemen. Our players are getting set up. And importantly, the number one thing we see from the side of Taufik out of the gate is there is a Phoenix Flame in the bin, because you can legally not put it there as well.
Absolutely. I would be lying if I said I have never forgotten to put my Phoenix Flame in the graveyard before the game has started. It is something that happens.
I think I've seen you not have a Phoenix Flame in your graveyard more often than you do at the start of a game, to be honest, Joe.
I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like me.
But yes, we are seeing the players just getting themselves set up. We did miss it a little bit, but the players were going through each other's deck list, so once again we know, and that's why. So one thing, if you play a hero like Fire and you notice that how he has his equipment face down, he's only got the 1 weapon, you should stack all your equipment together so they can't count how many weapons you have, because sometimes they bring Kadachis as well, just as a bit of a note for those of you playing along at home.
Yeah, and I think Matt Clark's actually looking at Fire's deck list, it's actually pretty relevant, because Fire is known to board in quite a bit of D-reacts. Also, he wants to know if he's playing the Art of the Phoenix Wars. I think in this matchup, it will be hard to resolve them, given that there won't be much space if Matt is hitting his Disruption.
The Disruption is going to be what Matt Clark is looking for, but also, as we've seen it many times with this Marionette deck, they also can just kill you. It can just go, and they can just find all 3 Kiss of Deaths, all the Justinex, and transform it very quickly. And sometimes you just die. But the handshake has been declared. Matthew Clark being the highest seed. Was Matthew the highest seed, actually? I think maybe not. Let me double check. No, he was the highest seed. So he has decided and opted to go first here. Wants actually the tunic counter more than anything. And interesting, is that cognition
Is that
notes?
No, coercive tendency.
Oh yeah, sorry, coercive. Yeah, sorry. We've had so many
What?
dashes. Coercive tendencies in the hand of Arakni Marionette being pitched away, and Taufik. Yeah, you see the smile. He's like, "What is this?"
What on earth? Matt, we need to find out what this tech is, and we need to find out now. This is insane.
Interesting. So this might not be a traditional Marionette list coming across. Now, the most common thing that we see, though, is the Hunter's Clave is being attacked with, and we are already seeing an overblock from Taufik.
Oh, interesting.
Interestingly now,
Are you gonna mark me?
Even though maybe we should be talking about Arakni being an honorary ninja, because Pain in the backside is the second attack to come through, which also threatens to flick a dagger. Oath of Loyalty will be declared. And then the second dagger is just going to get flicked and immediately popping the Omen's boots. But instead has the punish as well.
Huge.
As discards to mark your opponent. And so that defensive tendency
Huge.
gone. And Matthew Clark able to bait it out and is going to roll.
Widow's pretty good.
We'll see what it lands on. It is actually going to be Funnel Web.
Oh, he hits Widow.
Oh, Widow, sorry.
That's Black Widow. That is huge, Matt. Popping the boots without getting the block value and and then Matt responding by instant speed marking him is just an actual blowout.
Oh, you want to talk about a blowout? Looking at the hand drawn up for the side of Matthew Clark. Save a Bloodshed alongside a Kiss of Death and a Stains of the Red back. One of your opponent's mark. That is a terrifying hand to fight into alongside the Arsenal being deployed. Taufik, you know, has also, however, drawn up an Art of Phoenix War. And you were saying about not having any space, but on the first turn of the game, that's definitely a little bit of space to find.
Yeah, but looking on the side of Matt Clark.
Also drew the Phoenix Flame as well, naturally.
Oh my goodness.
You want to talk about both players having a game of their life. Both have found the key pieces that they need. Now, Matthew, we will likely see actually using that mask here on whatever this first attack is, but Taufik just rips the absolute nuts. Art of Phoenix War alongside the second copy of Phoenix Flame in the deck. Very frequently, these 5 decks actually trim down to 2 in these aggro matchups.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Matt. Purely because drawing 2 in a hand can be a death sentence if you don't have a blue. Now, I think he's gotten really lucky to rip the Phoenix Flame, but most notably, he hasn't drawn a blue with it. So this hand is a little bit clunky.
Yeah, but still sending plenty of damage across. Rising Resentment for 4 in this instance will be swinging immediately across. You saw Matt just reaching, takes the damage.
Just checking. Just checking.
Now the player's just considering, just checking in the sideboard, being like, did I sideboard this in? I said you're not allowed to look at your opponent's deck list, but you are allowed to look at your own sideboard.
That changes things somewhat.
Now just considering. Now, Fi is tapped, you have to remember, from the boots. So that's why he does still have a Fi activation available to return it. And you have to remember that that is just an instant. It doesn't actually revolve tapping. So that's why those Omen's boots are actually so powerful, because a lot of heroes don't actually need to tap to activate their abilities.
Now I'm trying to see what's in the hand here for Taufik. He hasn't just... Is that a Warmongers?
I think it
He's
is.
got a Warmongers.
Oh, and we actually see there's a pause right now because Matthew hasn't taken the damage because he's considering and he's gonna do it. He's immediately popping Mask of the Pouncing Links. We see a lot of these 5 decks, instead of running Mask of Momentum, they want to combo you out. And interesting, not going for a traditional card, finds the Fire that Burns Within because he has found a blue Warmongers to be able to play it and then return the Phoenix Flame as well to be able to discard and just keep digging and pushing the damage through.
Yeah, it is a common play line with these new age 5 decks. Not just always cracking the mask for a Lava Burst, but cracking the Lava Burst on an Art of the Phoenix War turn to find an extender and even go a couple chain links wide, picking up something like an Inflame.
So yeah, immediately just going to send the Ember Blade. Now it's important a rules interaction with the Fire that Burns Within. Because it's not an additional cost to do so, this is technically an attacking card, and in response to the discard trigger, you can return and discard like that. So that's why it was free in this instance. That's how he had enough resources. 5 damage coming across now, and another card drawn. And I do believe that might have been an Ignite on the back end. Not 100% sure, but see Matthew Clark immediately just saying, you know, I don't need the damage. And it's really interesting as well. He's actually kept himself in Black Widow as well. So really is emphasizing that hand disruption in this instance. Ignite to come across for 4 here.
4. Huge. What does he finish with?
Oh, and finishes with a Rowdy Locals as well. An interesting card. We don't see it every single time, but Rowdy Locals is something that a lot of these 5 decks, I remember the team, when we were talking about the calling, were on multiple copies of Rowdy Locals, and it's a card they really find. And Matthew suddenly finds himself at half his life total. But as we said before, Jai, the cards that he has found is also the equivalent of what Taufik just did.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. His hand is diabolical. He's got Save a Bloodshed, Up Sticks and Run, Kiss of Death. And guess what he can do, Matt? He can activate Black Widow, give the Kiss of Death on hit banish, and then flick the Kiss of Death for another banish later in the chain.
Importantly to note as well, there is also a Stains of the Red back in hand.
11.
So it does also have
Absolutely.
the ability to give it go again. Opponent is still marked, and that's important to note for the side of Matthew Clark. And Taufik understands as well now that because of the banish effect being present, he might actually, I wouldn't be surprised if he just dumps the hand, because there is a very high chance you're not keeping enough anyway, and you kind of want to minimize the amount of damage. But this is an incredibly powerful turn from Matthew Clark. Didn't realize it was an up 6 and run in the arsenal there as well.
Absolutely, Matt. And like you said, it makes a whole lot of sense here to just dump the hand, because if you see Mark of the Black Widow, you know that if this connects, you're losing a card from your hand regardless. So you may as well get the block value out of it.
Approximately. Is a million the right amount of damage?
Yes, this is 11 damage currently, plus 3. Should it be required?
I think we're about to
Yeah, and
see
we
it,
are just
Matt.
going to see a block for 9. Understands that he's going to take a lot of damage, and in this instance, it's so Stains is going to come across, pushes it all the way up to 14, I believe.
That's 5 over.
Yeah, so 14 damage here, and this is really important. You were saying as well, Dry. If he actually kept the boots, he could deny the flick in the second banish, and maybe it's worth taking a bunch of damage here. But this is just so much damage coming across here. This is just doing the math, so plenty of damage coming across, and then also because it is a dagger attack itself, the Kiss of Death is going to leak, and a card will be drawn here for the side of Matthew Clark. What does he find? He finds Arsenal Disruption. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't want to send it here because his opponent doesn't have an Arsenal.
Yeah.
And he's just going to send Meat
I think you're right,
Madness
Matt.
instead.
Yeah, just send the Meat Madness. Maybe on the upside, you hit the banish from the hand. But like we said before, he can just activate Mark of the Black Widow, and that card is gone regardless.
Yeah, so
I guess
takes himself off Arsenal here. Matthew doesn't want to actually take the risk. Doesn't want to take the 33% chance of being able to rip the card. The card from hand will be banished.
That's 6, right? Yep. I was on 32.
And also, you are seeing, there is a pause here.
40 to 33, taking 7.
Just because I think he's just flicking the Kiss of Death as well. Yeah, so he's going to banish the singular card left in hand. And I do believe that
Rake
might
over
have
the
been,
coals.
a copy of Rake Over the Coals, which quite often is only a singular copy. Meat Madness is also going to be there. The only thing that was relevant in this instance was taking the top card. So we talked about how much damage Taufik did. Matthew just did almost the same amount of damage, and importantly, ripped the entire hand, and look what he's drawn up yet again. Another copy of Savor Bloodshed. If I could draw Savor Bloodshed every turn, I'd be on this deck 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, exactly right. As another interesting thing to note, remember I was talking about how the Art of the Phoenix Wars can get a bit clunky in this matchup. It's also, Taufik's been kind of punished for bringing in that Rake Over the Coals there. It's not the matchup where you get the most space to be able to deploy that for full value, and he would have rathered have a blocking card there.
Yeah, a little bit of a punish, and you want to talk about punishing here as well. Immediately just activating the tunic's going to send across the clave here. Now, this is just for 5, or at least we say just for 5. It also threatens a mark on hit alongside of that extra card. Go again naturally here.
Yeah.
And importantly as well, and this is why Arakni is so scary, because we've seen already it can have turns where it goes 4 chain links wide and is pretending to be a ninja. And then it also has turns where it just does this and is pretending to be a warrior. So it attacks you from so many different angles. And that's why, sometimes there's some inconsistencies where you draw the dagger pumps and then no dagger, or you draw a whole bunch of reactions, but you've not transformed as of yet. And we're going to see 2 cards being defended with. And if you're on the side of Matthew Clark, that always feels pretty good, particularly when the next card in your hand also threatens to actually do some damage to that hand as well. Mark of the Black Widow coming across and is actually, going to discard. And this is super important here. Just has a Reaper's Call, marking the opponent at instant speed, pumps it up to 4, and also rips a card from hand. So 4 damage to leak across, and Taufik once again stranded with only 1 card left.
Yeah, Matthew Clark playing this perfectly. These Reaper's Calls have been insane in this game. Absolutely insane.
We saw the punish on the very start. Frailty Trap. The 3rd copy! has been
Oh,
found
my
3
goodness.
turns back to back to back. You want to win an aggressive matchup, threaten a card draw. Hey, I heard Mask of Momentum's pretty good. How about every single card I attack you with threatens Mask of Momentum? And yeah, Taufik passes with the Arsenal here and is opting not to actually send it in this instance. And we are going to see the dagger coming across and to the point. Going to pump it up by 3. Just damage leaking here. And Matthew decides, you know what? I'm going to Arsenal this card because didn't have the blue to easily actually go ahead. And importantly, has marked as well. And this is super heads up from Taufik. On the end of Matthew's turn, pitching away the Warmongers to return one of the 2 Phoenix Flames, because you have to remember it's once per turn. And now we're seeing the transformation also rolls naturally into Spinneret. The Orb Weaver is here.
Yeah, exactly when he needs a Graphene Chelicera. Sometimes you're just better, you know?
He also just drew, I'm not kidding. He just drew double Orb Weaver Spinneret, a Kiss of Death, and has in his arsenal the Save of Bloodshed. This is a crazy turn.
This game's just going back and forth. We've got another Art of the Phoenix War being played over here from Taufik.
Art of the Phoenix War alongside one of the cards that is a little bit people are unsure about, which is Rise from the Ashes. Return the Phoenix Flame and give it +3. And this is where things start to get real scary now. Art of Phoenix War into Spreading Flames. We're going to see some very big numbers real quick. And we talk about how much damage Matthew found and the cards that he's found every single time. But now we're going to see fire at its full power. 3 cards still available in hand and 5 damage coming across on something that's base 3. And guess what? It's going to start buffing other things up as well.
Yeah, and he's got a Phoenix Flame in hand, a potential to get another one. He is going to go very, very wide this turn. I wonder if Matthew Clark is thinking about blocking with the hat and getting a trap. Because he has Orb Weavers in his hand.
Yeah, we know that there is a Frailty Trap on the bottom of the deck as well, which would definitely help in this sort of situation. Now, Phoenix Flame coming in for 3, +1 off its own ability, +1 off the Art of Phoenix War, and then +1 off Spreading Flames. Searing Emberblade coming through now. Now, for the side of Matthew Clark, he does know that he's not having to worry about Mask, which is good, but his opponent's already drawn 2 cards this turn.
Yeah, and interestingly, we've seen Matthew Clark have these huge turns, Save of Bloodsheds all the time, but Taufik's just giving it right back. This
4
is
damage.
a Phoenix Flame for 4.
Yeah, Spreading Flames buffing out Art of Phoenix War, and then this time additionally with the Shukos, a card that we saw introduced a very long time ago and been an absolute staple for these Draconic Ninjas. Now Matthew sees the writing on the wall, considering he might have to do a bit of blocking, but this is not the time to do so. 9 plays 18. The life total is plummeting back and forth. Rising Resentment coming through now. This one is for 5 because there are so many chain links wide that it's already being buffed up by the Spreading Flames. And now if they have Tenacity in hand, this suddenly becomes sorry, not Tenacity, Salt the Wound. This is suddenly just a terrifying turn.
Look, if he has Salt the Wound
being reached for.
Yep, here we go. I think you have to trapdoor here, right?
He's not. Opting and goes, you know what? I don't think you can kill me. I'm calling you out. I'm going to go to Black Widow and make it so you never have it. And it is going to be for 6 damage on the back end as well. That's a Blaze Headlong for so much. Now, he wants it. He's going to have to give something away here. It's probably going to be one of these Spinnerets, and it is going to be the first one. It's going to be very, very low here.
Yeah, and I think Matt, we see Matt just chucking the Orb Weaver Spinner at the mat. I don't think he's too happy. He's thinking, you know, I was going so well. Why did the fire have to blast me out of nowhere? And that's just what this deck does sometimes.
Yeah, and I think maybe if he'd known what was coming on the end of that chain, like maybe would have gone down your route and gone for the trapdoor. But here we go, though. Has been able to equip the Chelicera. Guess what's in the arsenal? It's the 3rd copy of Save of Bloodshed. Gets to take a bit of a peek at the hand as well. Knows what's coming back at him. Another Phoenix Flame is sort of sitting pretty for him alongside a Rise of the Ashes. So whatever this next attack is, it is a lot of damage as well. Cut from the same cloth. Such an impactful card. Something that we thought was going to be good, but not as such a mainstay.
And we see an absolute banger in Taufik's hands. We see, is it Hunt to the Ends of Wraith, the card that specifically targets Arakni. But look at this turn.
You have no cards in
I love the fact
Wow.
that players are putting that in, knowing that, you know,
Yep.
Arakni might be a thing. When attacks Arakni mark them is such a funny line of text. It's so good. 0 for 4. But here we go, though. This is what?
Tunics on two.
4, 8, 12, 30, 40, 15 damage coming across here. Now, doesn't have the card in hand to discard is the only thing. 1, 2,
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
what we're going to see him do is flick and damage, get the card draw off the saver,
yeah,
and that will let him know whether he wants to deploy the reaction
yeah.
or go wider.
Very important to note there when we are talking about save a bloodshed as well. It's the next time you hit a marked hero with a dagger, and it counts as a hit off of the flick knife. So super, super important. That it's essentially, unless he has a way of negating, it is essentially free damage for the side. Oh, sorry, a free card draw for the side of Matthew Clark. The question is here, though, in particular, Jai, would you rather just see a card you can discard, or would you like to see a codex?
That is a very good question, Matt, honestly. I think if he draws the right card, is he just going to kill Taufik here? There is potential.
So let
I
me make sure I've
believe.
done. Let me make sure I've done the math right. So savers +4, all believers plus, all believers 3. So 7 +4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage right now.
Okay, so 14. Yeah, okay. So if he blocks with the tunic here, I think he's doing the math that even if he draws, worst case, a T-Tox, I think he's just off lethal still.
I think T-Tox kills, right? Because 14, 14 +4
Just not mathing in my head.
with the flick
7.
as well. Oh, sorry, 14 +3, but
Oh,
then
yeah,
also
no,
the
he
kiss,
would be dead.
the flick, and then the kiss of death trigger as well.
Yeah, I think just blocking with the tunic is too greedy here. I think he's going to realize he has to block with a card.
It's all going to be on, yeah, because you have to remember the flick's going to
Yeah.
come across,
Yeah.
and it has to be
Yeah.
what is the card draw? T-Tox, I think,
But T-Tox might
still
get him
kills.
there. Yeah.
So I will
I think
take.
Taufik just considering now.
Sure.
Flick.
Okay, here we go.
What's the card draw?
So, yeah. Okay, the 17. I'll draw off this.
Yeah.
Save a bloodshed trigger. What's he
Draw.
doing? He finds a T-Tox off the
And a
top.
T-Tox? No.
The math is starting
He
to be
did
done.
not.
Matthew Clark has ripped his one out off of the top of the deck. Taufik playing around him, but sees the
kidding
Tarantula
me.
Toxin. And as a result,
No.
+3 on top of it. 17 life. Is this enough damage?
Is it 7?
Let's do the math. Kiss of Death is 3. +3 is 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Plus the singular point. It is exactly lethal.
No.
Matthew Clark rips the one outer off the top of the deck. He was
Wow.
dead on the next turn. Taufik had him down to 2 life, but the Tarantula Toxin finds it and gets him there. The one card in his deck that was going to win it, and Taufik sits back, knows he lost to a 1 outer, and Matthew Clark's going to the finals.
Send 7 into 1.
Matt, my mouth is hanging open right now. You have to feel for Taufik. That was an unbelievable finish to the game.
Both players. You want to talk about playing not to lose. That right there on both sides. Matthew Clark knew he had to present so much damage. Went to 2. Knew for a fact that he needed to kill him or at least rip his entire hand. And then if you're on the side of Taufik as well, he goes, there is one card in his deck that kills me. I 100% kill him on the next turn if he doesn't have it. And he manages to rip it off
And he rips
the
it.
top. What an incredible game, ladies and gentlemen. That right there is why we're seeing Matthew Clark in the finals and why Arakni Marionette can sometimes steal games from out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think this is why people call for this deck to get hit with some bans, because that was disgusting.
Incredible
Kudos to him, though.
stuff.
I mean, he knew what he had to do, and he did it.
Such a great game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to a very short break before we're jumping into grand finals. And if that semi-final isn't enough to get you on the edge of your seats, I don't know what will. Do not go anywhere, because we will be right back with the final round of the Australian National Championships. ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We have one more game of Flesh and Blood for you. My name is Matt Brown. We're joined this time by Xander Smith. And Xander, we just saw one of the craziest one-outers I've ever seen in a game of Flesh and Blood. And our top two, Marionette, Katsu. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Katsu has not had his time in the sun for quite a minute. I don't think I've seen Katsu in a top 8 of even a PQ for some time. So it's really impressive. I can't wait to check out this list and see what Katsu's bringing to the table that's been able to beat out Cindra, Marionettes, Victors. The deck has clearly got some sauce, and it's showing off at 2026 Australian Nationals.
Yeah, I think the source is definitely what we're looking at. We'll take a little bit of a look at the bracket real fast before we jump into final round of the day. So you guys can actually see where our players have made it through, because my goodness, not only has this top 8 been grueling, but we've also seen these players make it through 10 rounds over the past day and a half. And I'll tell you right now, Xander, there has been some unbelievable games of Flesh and Blood. Not only today, but yesterday, you know, we saw a couple of really fantastic CC games, and you guys also saw some pretty incredible draft games, if I was heard correctly.
Yeah. That's the real beauty of Flesh and Blood, is you can have heroes playing on completely different axes, playing for totally different win conditions, and at the end, it still ends up being close. You'll have Acilio, who's essentially a god made out of thunder, versus Azalea, who's a woman with a bow and arrow, and somehow it gets close enough.
I can tell you right now which one of those decks I am more afraid of, and why one of them is Living Legend and the other one has not. But we'll take a quick moment just to talk as well. We saw some pretty crazy metagame stats from our Australian Nationals. We saw our most represented deck being Gravy Bones. We also saw, going through it as well, you know, Gravy and Acilio being the top 2. And then kind of this middle section, you know, 3 to 5 is what we saw so much of. Cindra, Arakni, Phi, Dash.io, and Victor being the only decks inside of our top 8. But it's been such a crazy metagame, and 10% being the 2 top most represented decks is so crazy to me.
Yeah, gone are the days of the triangle meta. I think the heroes have finally got these pools that they can work with flexibly and really make the meta their own. You know, we saw Arakni slip through the cracks, do incredibly well with a more huntsman, slower orientated build that I don't think anyone saw coming. So the meta's open. There's never been a better time to play, and I'm incredibly excited to see what this Katsu's been cooking up for us. Of course, we just saw Marionette take it from the top rope with the orbital strike T-Tox.
Yeah, Katsu, only 3 people playing it, and has still managed to put itself into the top 8. Taking a little quick look at our top 8 before we jump into our grand finals. These are the players and how they've got here. Matthew Clark versus Andy Pham in our finals. Matthew battling through Phi, and also was able to battle through our local Dash.io player, Jackson Casanova. And on the bottom side, Andy Pham took out Cody Gerbert in the first ninja off, alongside another Dash.io as well. And of course, the moral of the story, Ty Suns, our first seed, losing to Taufik. It's the curse of being first seed in the top 8 of Flesh and Blood. I swear to God that they lose round 1 more frequently than any other position in the top 8.
I've got to say, it has become more of a pattern than I'd like to admit. There must be something in the game that stops you from winning once you're at the top seed.
Yes, and speaking of into the game, we have our final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Australian National Champions. By the end of this, we will not only be crowning a victor of this prestigious event, but another name entrenched in the Australian National Champion roster. This is a new national champion regardless here. We do not have a repeat, and so we will see fighting for that all-important, you know, title. And I think sometimes people find this title more important than winning something like a Pro Tour.
Yeah, I can completely empathize with that. You know, it's the glory of representing your country and being the best at what you do. There's a certain prestige that always comes with nationals, even in comparison to, as you said, Pro Tours or Worlds. Being a national champion, I think, is something that most players would love to have at the very front of their name.
Already into the game, though, and we are seeing Andy Pham is going first. And I love this. When you're in grand finals and you have to pick up Tigerine Reflexes, one of the newer cards out of pen. If a Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, it gets +1 and go again. But as an attack reaction, you can discard it to give +1 and create a Crouching Tiger. Matthew Clark put himself on the going second, as I do believe he was the higher seed. And now starting it off the exact way we've seen thus far, which is going to be pick up the point into the Hunter's Clave, the classic.
Yeah, up six and run has
Oh, yeah.
been a staple in this kind of more dagger focused Arakni Marionette build, and even sees play in Slippy at some points. Just a upfront +4 with a nice little bit of recursion. Synergizes so well with flick knives, gets your game plan moving. I think there's no real reason not to use it here.
Dishonor being blocked with here, and you might think if you're not used to this versing this sort of deck, Dishonor being in the graveyard doesn't seem like a good thing. It's actually the best place for that card to be, because the way that if you're ever going to actually use that card, it's often found off of Bonds of Ancestry, and it needs to be in the bin for that to happen. Coming across as well, a little bit more disruption being presented by Matthew Clark. Wants to not give the Katsu 5 card hands, leave no witnesses, is going to attack that arsenal. And the flick flag actually coming out as well. Something we don't often see, and we've not seen in a long time, as the transformation will come through on the end of Matthew Clark, and makes its way through. Finds the optimal transformation as well. The second time we've seen this Orb Weaver being rolled by Matthew Clark.
It's pretty beautiful to find Orb Weaver right off the bat. It just gets you moving so quickly, especially knowing that Andy is now marked. This next turn is going to be hyper efficient regardless of how many cards he has to play with.
See now the initial attack coming through.
It's Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah, just we've seen these warmongers being brought out by all of these ninjas, and I guess it makes sense. You know, Matthew Clark in general does need to deploy both non-attacks and swing with his weapons. And if you look at the hand here, Matthew has plenty of those that he's just thumbing to the back. You know, he has another copy of that all-important up sticks and run alongside a Codex of Inertia. So really not in a great position in this instance, but can still activate the Orb Weaver ability.
Such a smart play to run Warmongers into a Arakni Marionette, because half of the deck are front pumps. You know, you can swing with the weapon as much as you want with reactions, but you're essentially neutralizing half of the deck and then giving them no outlet to get rid of them.
Yeah, and it's important. We'll see if it comes back to it. You know, plenty of nerves when you're playing for this level. And the prestige here, Tunic wasn't ticked up by Matthew Clark at the start, so sitting still on 1. The Clave will come through, will hit, and then the Kiss of Death as well. The remark coming through from the Hunter's Clave, and then Kiss of Death. So Matthew Clark, despite not having access to, you know, his front pumps or anything like that, still able to present a fair chunk of damage to this turn versus Andy Pham.
You've got to be thinking as Andy, what's in the hand, what's in the arsenal. You've seen a non-attack be sent to the bin off of the Calicera ability, and now a Codex pitched away. So I would think that you're just expecting some damage here and pretty happy with it.
Yeah, and I will say this Kiss of Death is less scary than it normally would be. You know, we saw in the previous game of Matthew Clark, every single time, I swear to God, these were paired with a Save of Bloodshed. Matthew not running as hot, and I will say, ran very hot in the previous game. We haven't seen one yet, but probably a good thing while under the effect of Warmonger's Diplomacy.
I do think that now that Matthew knows that Warmongers is in the deck, getting marked and probably not removing the mark if it's not necessary is going to be a big playing point, because you just can't afford to IP cards. You really can't, such as right now.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, against Warmongers, it is one of those things that we do kind of expect. I love the fact that Andy, you know, we've seen some builds of Katsu that use a whole bunch of new stuff, Wind Cutter being one of the arm pieces that we see sometimes, but no, just the classic breaking scales. Welcome to Wraith, here we are. Kadachi being swung for 1 go again. I feel like I'm back in the early days, my friend.
Yeah, I really do miss it. You get the same kind of feeling from Ira, but there's nothing like playing against the Welcome to Wraith heroes. I feel like they're so straightforward, but also they let you peek into the dev's thoughts.
I remember there was a period of time where we didn't even know cards came in multiple colors. So it's definitely an interesting place to be. Surging Strike off of the blue here. So Kadachi into Surging Strike. You have to remember no Mask of Momentum being presented from Andy. And it's something that these Katsu players generally move away from, because it is in a situation where they are actually going to, essentially all they want to do is just combo kill you. And a really smart block here from Matthew Clark. But Andy Pham actually has the natural nuts. Surging Strike into Whelming Gustwave, just like we drew it up early in the piece, and immediately has to reach for the mask here. And a trapdoor being deployed.
I feel like when people talk about the strengths of Katsu, they often overlook how much this guy makes you block. You have to block against Katsu. If you let Katsu play his game plan, he becomes one of the most polarizing heroes probably in the game.
Yeah.
Massive knowledge check as well. If you're a newer player, you may not have the reps, but Matthew seems to know what he's doing.
Yeah, and it's so scary, right? Because he is 3/4 of the way there to the dishonor. And that's why Matthew has to block in these instances, because Dishonor being a card that is actually super impactful versus Arakni. For those of you who don't know, Dishonor essentially says if it hits a hero and you control Surging Strike, Descendant Gustwave, and Bonds of Ancestry, that hero loses all abilities for the rest of the game.
Completely backbreaking, needless to say. It's always an ever-present threat when you play against Katsu.
Yeah, we see here the Inertia Trap being reached for as well. So Matthew forced to use the mark defensively. Now, luckily, already has the Crippling Calicera. There's an interesting point, though, with how it works, and it is a bit weird. I may be wrong here. You have to remember that if he does get dishonored, that he still can transform back, because it's the demi hero that doesn't lose its text box, but then it won't be able to transform again, I believe. Or does it just mean that he can't transform back? I don't remember. He might be stuck in it. And speaking of, he has not hit, but has the natural surging into whelming into the one of Bonds of Ancestry, and he has the dishonor. He has one in pitch, and sometimes his decks only run 2, but instead he's actually going to just banish away and find a gust wave of the second wind here as well. And so just damage being presented across. Remember, though, he still has a card in hand, and on hit, he can go and fetch off of Katsu. This is so much damage and so much threat coming through, and he's going to force it out. Matthew Clark, he has the Frailty Trap as well, so double traps being presented, but he still has another attack coming on the chain.
Maximum reward off of that Warmongers. We're starting to see the snowball of Katsu form down the mountain of Australian Flesh and Blood Nationals. It's so scary.
See Andy kind of taking a moment here to consider there's a Gust Wave of the second wind present. And so that there, if Surging Strike was with the last attack this combat chain, sure, it wasn't. But it does kind of indicate to me that maybe Surging is in the hand, or he wants to pop the Breeze Rider boots. It really depends on if Andy wants to prioritize actually having the Dishonor effect go off, because Dishonor doesn't actually care about the order or what the last cards was, except for the Bonds of Ancestry part being the previous one to give it +2. This is terrifying stuff, and Andy has such an incredible turn, but he's just going to attack for 4. No go again in this instance, but he's going to discard to give it +1 to make a Crouching Tiger.
Oh. Taking the 5.
But I think the scary thing in this instance for the side of Matthew Clark is the fact Andy didn't actually use a singular resource. Like, he didn't use any of his equipment. It was just natural. I have the nuts.
Maybe this is why Andy's gotten so far. The deck just agrees with him.
Yeah. See Matthew just taking a moment here, pondering what is to come. Now, it is important to note that Andy does have an inertia, so won't be able to keep anything, but that Crouching Tiger is kind of just there. And that's kind of the important thing to note as well. He probably discarded it just so he could actually just make sure he doesn't put anything to the bottom. Thinking about Breeze Rider boots here as well.
I believe that's an unsleeved Breeze Rider boots. This is some olden days backyard on the playground Flesh and Blood right here. I just love to see it.
Now, it's super important as well. Matthew Clark is considering if he has a defense reaction in the arsenal, right? If he doesn't fire it off here and it hits, you can actually discard the Crouching Tiger to the Katsu ability.
Yes, yeah, because
and
it
he
just
can
needs to be an attack.
Yeah, he could Breeze Rider it, discard it. Now, Breeze Rider's not getting any value, but Matthew has to consider what's the worst thing that he could find. And I'm just having a quick read. I don't think he's at risk. Surging Strike, Descendant Gust Wave. Oh, yeah, no, because it has to be Descendant Gust Wave, not Whelming Gust Wave. This is what we were talking about when we were talking before. Just say Gust Wave. That's half of the cards in the deck.
You've got to be thinking, like, this puts so much of a mental stack on Matthew, especially this is the 6th round he's played today, all really, really high stakes. So trying to remember what these Katsu lines look like ahead of time is going to be crucial to getting the win, or at least even standing a chance and not getting blown out.
Reading Dishonored as well. He's trying to figure out, can I get Dishonored right now?
It's like, I can't believe they printed this. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, no, it is actually, like, generally speaking, it is quite difficult to get Dishonored. It needs to, again, importantly, Descendant Gustwave needs to be the card in the middle, not the Whelming Gustwave. But I will say, I have before playing Icelander been turn 0 double Dishonored before.
Wow.
Yeah. Because they can go Dishonor,
Actually,
crack their boots, play a second one. And by that point, you've
Yeah.
run out of cards.
Yeah, cool. That is brutal.
We call that a concession.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we are
people-
saying, Andy, he is going to discard.
Okay. He's going to grab.
Because important to note as well with Breeze Rider boots, when a control hits, there's 2 triggers, and Andy is stacking the triggers so the Katsu trigger will resolve first. So he has the Breeze Rider trigger, and he has the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx trigger as well, which means if he wants to, he technically can go get Descendant Gustwave as one of them, and he finds another Bonds, so he's going to find Bonds off of the Katsu trigger. He could also then Mask of the Pouncing Lynx to find the Descendant Gustwave.
This is
And he can then
enormous.
also get rid of the Dishonor, but instead he's not going for that. He's going for a Retrace the
Oh.
Past. A Retrace the Past line by activating both the headpiece and the bottom as well. For those of you who don't know, Retrace the Past is when it attacks, if a card with Gustwave in its name was the last attack in the combat chain, name a card, then this gets that name at +2 and go again. So he can, oh my god, wait. If he wants to play for that line, he can technically go Bonds of Ancestry, Banish, Dishonor. He can then Retrace the Past, name Descendant Gustwave, and then go for it. So here we go. Bonds will be the first. What's he banishing? And this is the most important thing to see. It is the
It is
Dishonor.
Dishonor. Oh, man.
You see Matthew kind of sitting there a little bit cheekily. Dishonor has been banished. As this is 4 go again. Puts it onto the chain now as well. I do believe it is enabled because he did play Retrace the Past previously. Retrace named Descendant Gustwave, which means Dishonor is turned on and available. 4 damage on hit. You do not have any text on your hero anymore. Matthew Clark has no cards in hand. If that card in his arsenal is not a defense reaction, it is now Katsu versus Matthew Clark.
He just does not have the fridge to deal with this. This is so expertly crafted, and the calculated risk here is massive because you'll rip the D-React for the next turn. Yes, you've lost 2 bits of equipment, but you've pushed so much damage, really, really threatened where the equipment can go.
I don't think it's a defense reaction. He looks at it. The damage is taken. Dishonor
No.
has landed in the grand finals of Australian National Championships 2026. Look at the combat chain. So much was committed, but Matthew Clark no longer has text on his hero. He no longer gets go again off his opponent being marked. He cannot transform in any way, shape, or form. There is just nothing. And Andy Pham not only has a 10 life advantage, but is just getting codexed. That's all it is. He's going to recycle cards anyway.
Talk about a knowledge check. I mean, Katsu just ran away with that out of nowhere. Getting Dishonored at this point in the game, while life totals are still above half, is just backbreaking. There is no way for you to get these free prop +3s. Warmongers hurts more. You're stuck with a nice looking Marvel, but not a very usable hero.
And the thing to remember as well is that Katsu is no longer a one-trick pony. There are so many other things in this deck that can just snowball. We see Salt the Wound combos. There's still the Fluster Fist that can be huge. Astral Empowerments are available. So not only does, because it looks like Andy presented a lot. And this is the thing with the Codex. You're giving back one of the 2 copies of Bonds of Ancestry that's already been used. There's a reason that card is only available in a 3 of. Like, it's only available in red because it's so powerful. And you'll see, here, Ponder, and then just a pass back. And look at what happens here, actually. He's not going to ask for the card. Notice how he's still Trapdoor. There's no text on the hero. It doesn't return to the Brood.
Unbelievable. You could have given me a week to try and figure out where Australian Nationals Grand Finals would go. And a Dishonor in Grands, I would have never picked. This is incredible.
I have no words here. Graphene Calicera luckily has go again innately off of the mark, and Andy just takes the damage down. The second dagger, and this one might be actually really important to block out, does, however, for the side of Matt, he does have access to Reaper's Call, so can mark the hero regardless. But then Kiss of Death coming across here too. This is just damage. And you have to remember, a lot of the disruption from these Arakni Marionette decks comes from the ability to transform in a Black Widow. That's not an option anymore.
I'm stunned. Mouth agape. I'm trying to figure out how Matthew Clark can claw this back without a hero ability. I just can't figure it out. So expertly trigger pulled there by Andy Pham.
It was such a crazy line. And look what he finds as well. He has copies of Shelter in the Storm. This is a really important flip here. Ancestral Harmony off the top. If it's a combo card, can be played this turn. And it is. Not only is it a combo card, you see the explanation. It's 100 wins. One of the better ones, particularly with the Katsu ability available. And immediately we're going to crack probably one of the few uses of Hardened Cross Trap to lead in with one of these 2-cost attacks.
Descendant Gust Wave to follow. You know where this line is going. Katsu, Descendant, 100 wins. You could claw another 100 wins in there. We know there's a Bonds in the arsenal from Codex.
Well, let's talk about the good news for a second here, Xander.
Mm.
Matthew Clark can't get Dishonored again. So he doesn't have to worry about that. There's no more removing of text from the text box. And yeah, this is one thing, and you'll see Andy and Katsu players do this in general. It's that you have so many lines that you can go for, but you only have so many copies of each card in a deck. And so you need to kind of constantly keep track of which cards have I actually used already. It's one of the decks that with enough reps, is so scary at every single silo, because Katsu's hero ability gives every single attack the ability to just essentially fetch something.
Exactly right. And Codex being more of a boon here than a hindrance. Just being able to recur one of your most important combo.
Yeah.
Andy Pham recognized that and immediately ditched a Surging Strike, blocked with 2 cards, said, okay, I'm going to pass and keep digging.
Yeah.
He knows how to win this game.
Yeah, and this is one of the scary things as well. Right? So discarded Retrace off the Katsu ability to get a Retrace. But you have to remember, he also has a Bonds of Ancestry sitting there as well. And you need to banish something from your graveyard. Retrace the past coming in. Gustwave was the previous. And he can actually off Retrace as well. He can name another. Or what he names Surging Strike. Because he names Surging Strike, this Whelming Gustwave comes in for +1 and another +1. And as well, over the top here, on hit, threaten to draw a card, has to overblock it. Finally, the Codex coming back to bite him here as the Bonds of Ancestry. This one only comes in for 3 because he is frail.
Any good targets? Not really.
Oh, wait, no, that was the previous turn. This is still for 5 here because of the Ancestry as well. So much damage leaking away, and he once again gets to search through the deck and figure out what he wants. This is why as well, sometimes you see when they're searching, they'll take a little bit longer to search than what you think because they're keeping stock of what's in there. Banishes away another copy of Gustwave of the Second Wind.
We were saying earlier that Katsu forces you to block, and he's just been given the house and the keys at these past turns, and you still lose your hero ability.
So that was 5, and then 5 damage again.
I've checked out.
Has another Codex, but this time does actually have a Lair of the Spider. So blocks for 3, remarks Andy. But Andy still has 2 cards available left to swing. He has that 100 wins that we saw prior, as well as the Gustwave of Second Wind that we've seen as well. 100 wins is going to come in for 4 once again off the Ancestral. 6 life for the side of Matthew Clark here. And finally, the Gustwave of the Second Wind. This has to be blocked, because if not, he can break Breaking Scales. And the Breaking Scales break will actually be enough to kill. Still, though, the life total's plummeting. 3 life left available for Matthew Clark. And Andy Pham sitting on a very comfortable 25.
And this is an absolute masterclass in how to play Katsu in contemporaneous Flesh and Blood. I mean, a perfect adaptation and just incredible sequencing. Just a micro decision to pull the trigger there meant all the difference in the world.
Yeah, and a very complicated line too, not a traditional Katsu line, using, as we were saying, the Namer card abilities. Calistera is going to connect, and once again, we have another Codex. And you actually see Andy smiling at these Codexes, because I actually think it makes his turns easier when we talk about Bonds.
Yes, please. I'd like to get back my best card and discard something I'm not going to use.
Yeah, so once again, gets our Bonds back, is going to discard away again. Now, in fairness, though, Matthew Clark can actually get leave no witnesses and threaten this, so it does declare blocks again. But we've seen what Andy's willing to do already. Yeah, he'll just block with 2 cards. He'll pass it back to Matthew, and if Matthew can't kill him, he just gets to do the big combo thing again. Laughter from both players, as you see. I think Matthew Clark never expected to be sitting as trapdoor for this long.
As well, something we've glossed over a little bit is Matthew Clark is 1 damage off of getting Kadachi locked. It's most people know it from Ira Pham, but obviously Katsu was the first one to do it, and that will just be a deterministic endgame. 1 card locking you out for the rest of the game.
He's also just drawn a 2nd copy of Ancestral Harmony. Now we're going to see, though, Matthew Clark's hand, the turn that he gets a little bit of reprieve, needed to find to save a bloodshed. And we've seen how much damage he can do. His hand is so defensive. He's found a whole bunch. He's found a bunch of just D reactions. He has in the hand as well. It's going to be pain in the backside, but he hasn't found the power cards. No damage coming across. It will be at flicked. And it is going to be, Orb Weaver. Is that Art of Desire Body?
It is Art of Desire Body. Looking for a red card.
Interesting.
Is there a red back in the hand? Give it go again, draw off for free. Just black text it.
Would you like to do it?
Let's see, what's the card off the top? Oh, and it's a beat like
red.
water. It is a red, and he needs, what does he find? He doesn't find anything impactful. You see him peeling the card off. He knows his back is to the wall, but he's going to discard.
It's the one of Relentless Pursuit.
Oh my God, the Relentless Pursuit. Arsenal is passed across. Matthew Clark knows he's in dire straits, but playing it up for not only himself enjoyment. You don't get to be in this situation. He's rolling a dice like he gets to transform. I'm sorry. You see him laughing about it. It's automatic, but I'm sorry. You can't do that. Your hero is textless. Draws up, does find a bunch of reactions, but too little too late, because here comes Ancestral Harmony. Once again, the flip off the top finds another combo card. He has not missed.
Stopped. He is the wind.
And now he has another copy in the hand as well. Matthew flips again. 1, 2, 3. Fluster Fist. He's getting the combo handed to him. And he doesn't need to fetch cards out of his deck. They're just being presented into the banish zone by his opponent.
I hate to say it, but I think the writing is on the wall for this one. I can't for the life of me out any way Matthew Clark could potentially bring this to even parity.
I have to draw this out because I can't play this.
4 plays 9. The life totals are not looking great, but you were talking about Kadachi locks. Here it starts. Already actually had a copy of Whelming Gustwave in their hand, so a second one, a second point leaking through. No, instead it's going to actually block with the Tunic. Wants to stay as far away as possible. 3 life is all that remains, and suddenly the new cards coming across. Tempest Palm Gustwave being present here. Chain Link 3 means this does have go again, and every single card at this point is going to demand responses from Matthew Clark. Has the option for double D reacts in this instance. The first shelter being deployed out here, because I forgot, oh my God, of course, all of these cards get +2 off of double Ancestral Harmony. Guess what was in the banish zone or in the arsenal? You put it there. It's the same copy of Bonds of Ancestry for a 4th time.
This is just one of the most outstanding displays of running away with it and hitting the nuts on turn 0.
100 wins being placed into the bin. It does not matter that these cards don't say combo on them anymore, because if it is just 5 go again, that is enough. Matthew Clark still has a defense reaction in hand, but there are 3 cards still left available to be played by Andy Pham. This one comes across, it's 5 damage, sitting at 2 life. No blocks being declared. Shelter from the storm.
6.
And then Fluster Fist is there. The handshake extended, and Andy Pham pumps his fist to the sky as your new Australian national champion, bringing it all the way through. People were terrified of Victor. They were scared of Gravy Bones, and he said, I'm going back to Welcome to Wraith with Katsu, bringing it down, giving the LL points, and dishonors someone in his first turn of the grand finals. What a statement, and what a way to become the Australian national champion.
That is a real hero story. A hero from Welcome to Wraith coming all the way back in the big 26 and taking it home with one of the most impressive displays of Katsu knowledge I think I've ever seen.
the most, I'm going to say the most impressive. That line to get to the dishonor, I thought the line was over 3 separate times. Because I was like, yeah, no, there's nothing else he can do. But then you saw what happens when you give Katsu the 1 hit. He went, cool, you let me hit on like literally the 5th attack, mind you. Activates boots, activates mask, activates Katsu, discarding the crouching tiger that was made off of that new card that we haven't seen a huge amount. People looked at it and went, oh, well, Tiger Eye Reflex, I'm not using the crouching tiger stuff. It allows you to turn the Katsu ability on. What an incredible display. Dishonor in 2026 versus Arakni Marionette, the boogeyman for so long.
I think this just really exemplifies what it takes to be an Australian national champion or a national champion around the world. It's innovation and having the mindset and goal that you will get there your own way. Everyone we saw today had their own way of playing, had their own way of approaching the beautiful game of flesh and blood that we all love so much. And I just think it's amazing that Katsu can get it done.
Katsu can get it done. That's where you heard it here, folks. Number 1 on your tier lists, putting those Katsu stocks up, particularly because we saw some incredible games. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been such a pleasure to bring you Australian National Championships for 2026. We've had some incredible casters joining us. Xander, thank you so much for joining me for this incredible grand finals. Jai Jenkins, as well as Lachlan Matterford, all of it yesterday, bringing it together. Huge shout outs, Fabba Dabba Doo, Phil Nagel, down on the floor in Melbourne with some incredible production. Huge shout outs to him, making our job so much easier in the feature match area. Xander, do you have any final words before we close it up today?
I just want to shout out to the Glory Seeker League. These are the seasonal monthly tournaments that we run in Adelaide. They have helped us get our scene up and really off the ground. And thank you everyone so much for watching. I've just been stoked to do this, and it's been great to, I don't know, represent the people of Australia.
Yes, it has. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been such a pleasure. My name has been Matt Bramwood. Thank you for joining us, and we will be back, I'm sure, very, very soon with more incredible flesh and blood. Go out there, play the game, see the world, and we'll see you next time.